Hi, guys. Welcome back. Welcome back to another late show. This is your host, Lord Hellespont V, live from Los Angeles, here with yet another night of auction preview. Um, Breathing right into the microphone, ASMR extravaganza. Apparently, that's what people use this for, and it's perfect. It's the best background for your writing. It's what puts you to sleep. It's what tucks you in, as we will show from New York as well. It's coming. I told you I was going to make it there. I told you I was going to be there. And in December, I'll be having an extended sojourn in New York City. I'll be having a nice little stay there. And hopefully, it will come with a lot of extra footage for you guys, a lot of extra material, a lot of exciting new content. So tune right in, stay tuned, and we're gonna show you a different side of this channel and a different vibe for Watch Talk, as has been my mission. So I just realized as I was going through some of the lots yesterday, I actually forgot the one that I wanted to highlight, the one that I actually put on the thumbnail of yesterday's live stream. And this is a very special Patek Philippe split second chronograph. The split second chronograph is something that not a lot of brands tackle. At least until recent time, it wasn't something that was altogether common. There was a certain development in 1991 by one Richard Habring, who made that famous module that came out as the IWC Doppelchronograph the year after his modulation of Valjoux 7750, which made things a little more interesting, made the complication a little more accessible at a different price point, at a much more distinct and slightly lower segment of horology. But of course, when it comes to these kinds of complications, Patek always has distinguished itself. And I don't think it's a surprise that the couple of the watches that were really exciting about the release from 2 days back were split-second perpetual calendar chronographs. I'll talk a little bit more about that maybe later in this show. Maybe I'll make a specific video about it. I'm not all too impressed, but then again, I'm very hard to impress, so that's not Patek's fault. But let's dive right in to lot number 122. This is 5370p, as a Patek Philippe split-second chronograph rendered in platinum, and with a very special black enamel dial that has been reserved for this model. Cheers, by the way. If you know the process of how enamel dials are produced, you might also know that this sort of black color is harder to achieve and harder to set in to the enamel than most others. So Patek makes sure that people realize how special that dial is by putting it right there. It's a black dial, it's an enamel dial, and it has been only preserved for this particular model in platinum. Kind of like in the way that Rolex preserves their ice blue dials for platinum watches, right? Specifically the day dates and also the Daytona. And of course, everyone loves a Patek with Breguet numerals, so that is also there. Otherwise, we have a very simple and classical two-register execution of a hand-wound chronograph with the added split-second function by the addition of this extra pusher onto the crown. It is a beautiful watch at 41 millimeters. I think it's both conservative in design and proportions, but also extremely wearable for someone who wants a modern Patek and can dig quite deep into their pockets. This is the movement that you get a glimpse of when you turn the case back. This is the watch from the profile. I think, again, that scalloping of the flanks and the way that the lugs turn gives the watch also a very contemporary look. Quite like it. I think it's one of the things that's one of the best watches that Patek produced in the recent years. Of course, as it happens, again, there is, as you can see, since it's a platinum watch with an exhibition case back, there is an additional case back that you can snap on. So if you're paying about $250,000 or more for a watch, I guess you want to rest assured that the company is not trying to cheat you out of the material for the case back. And this is lot 1225370P, platinum Patek Philippe split seconds chronograph from 2019 for an estimated value of 150,000 to 300,000 Swiss francs. So let's go back to Ineichen, Zürich. This is arguably the first wristwatch auction house in Ineichen, Zürich. They opened in 1973, so they have one of those claims to having introduced to the world of auctions, to the world of the auctions. The trading, the wheeling and dealing in wristwatches, they're one of the first, and they're also serving as a kind of innovator at this present time, if only because they know where they stand in that pecking order, what they might be lacking perhaps in immediate recognizability and a long-standing brand that is globally known through other means, of course, through other kinds of auctions, in modern art, in other sorts of collectibles. They know that they are not called Sotheby's. They know that they're not called Christie's. They also know that they're not the first stop when it comes to a more specialized watch auction house like Antiquorum. Antiquorum has other kinds of auctions too, as well, but let's not get too further away from my point. What they lack in that instant name recognition, they make up in innovation. And one thing they have been doing is to supplement both their live auctions and time auctions with these thematic 50 lots focused curations that both make these timepieces accessible and get them really into the hands of people who would best recognize them, who would best appreciate them. We went through their German-speaking watches auction. This is a different one. It is called Complications, Skeleton, and Tourbillon. I'm going to put in the link there. So if you would like to suggest that I go into any of these lots, I'll be more than happy to do that for you. In the meantime, I'm going to just go through one or two more. There's a beautiful classic tourbillon by Breguet with the open work dial that I wanted to show, with an estimate to $20,000 to $30,000. Of course, for Breguet, the tourbillon is A.L. Breguet's invention. It is particularly poignant for them to have a tourbillon and for them to present it and decorate it in this beautiful manner. So this is lot number 2, 20 to 30,000 Swiss francs. It's hot in here. Excuse me for 1 second. I need to turn on the AC. All right, we're back. So that was lot number 2, Classique Tourbillon, and bidding has started at 20,000 Swiss francs. There was also a very beautiful Vacheron Constantin tourbillon with, with that prominent display of the Maltese cross at the bridge, a lovely pyramid patterned guillochage on the dial. Otherwise, all the elements of classical design are there in this perfectly round case. That's immediately recognizable half Maltese cross matching buckle. Otherwise, again, a very purist classical design that perhaps evokes more the lines of a pocket watch converted into a wristwatch than a modern wristwatch. Platinum case, sapphire case back, platinum matching buckle, 38 millimeters. Of course, it is very much dress watch above all, and this is a hand-wound double barrel movement. You saw that it had a power reserve indicator on the dial. And it has kind of a very pleasant anthropomorphic display on the back, which kind of turns the tables on a lot of these, smiling face or smiley appearance of watches from their dial. Here you have a case back with Geneva stripes, and it kind of looks like a human face. Of course, a beautiful presentation box as befits that particular caliber of a watch. And as you can see from the story, this is very interesting. Of course, this is a watch that shares a lot with Breguet because it was actually developed the caliber, the movement in the watch was developed by Nouvelle Lemonnier, which is the manufacturer that was owned at the time by Breguet, that was integrated at the time to Breguet by the owners at the time, Investcorp, which was a Bahraini investment company. They may or may not still be active. They're no longer active in the world of horology, I don't think. But a beautifully finished, wonderfully presented, and very aesthetically pleasing tourbillon by Vacheron Constantin. This is lot 12. And the bidding has already started at 30,000 Swiss francs. I think I do want to highlight one more watch, perhaps, and then transition to Bonham's, because the upcoming Bonham's auction in New York, which is actually tomorrow, live auction starts at 10 a.m. local time in New York. So we'll go into that. And they actually have a wide variety of watches, some of which might be more appealing from a financial standpoint, from a budget standpoint. And that's why I wanted to pay a little more attention to Ineichen and Bonham's as well, because the variety of watches they have, if not necessarily in this auction for Ineichen, is usually a lot more accessible to a wider variety of collectors. This is a Cartier, Pasha tourbillon. It has that distinctive double wishbone emblem logo of Cartier right at the center of the dial. Heat blued feuille leaf designed hands for hours and minutes. Kind of rosette guillochage, this engine turn decoration that encompasses the center of the dial and the tourbillon right behind the logo there. Again, it's a little bit aesthetics over execution, you might say, but you can get another look, another glimpse of the tourbillon through the cutout on the case back as well. This is a number 2 out of 10, made in 1998 in white gold. Pasha, as you know, is another Gérald Janta design that seemingly has fallen through the cracks, but I suppose it's because it is a little more aestheticized, a little more italicized in terms of its aesthetic than the sleeker, the sportier, perhaps the more accessible designs of Audemars Piguet Royal Oak and Patek Philippe Nautilus mainly. And this is lot 21, and the bidding has already started at 15,000 Swiss francs or US dollars for the Cartier Pasha tourbillon. So much for Ineichen Zürich. Mookie, hey, still curious to hear your thoughts on the Breguet Classique minute repeater, found by going to upcoming auctions and selecting timed pieces. Yeah, let's take a look before I go to this one. I'll just say Breguet. Um, yeah, I think I found it. The current bid is 80,000 Swiss francs on that. A beautiful watch, though. Let me pull it up. Good evening to you as well. Yeah, no worries, man. Jump right into the watches. I don't mind. This is a beautiful piece. So it's a rose gold case, has this rather stylized Breguet buckle in the back. I think this is the one you're asking for, right? Let me see if we can. Yes, they do have a great shot of the caliber here. It's just beautiful. It's beautiful. I mean, people keep saying something like this about Erlang & Söhne all the time, but when you have a Breguet watch at a certain level, in terms of movement finishing, they can do some beautiful things as well. And this is one of those executions where you have the signature all over the place. Of course, Breguet watches are famously quite beautiful from the front as well. In fact, that might well be their calling card. That being said, this is something where they didn't spare any effort. And a minute repeater, as you know, is usually a prestige complication that is that is reserved to a very limited group of clientele. And you have the small seconds at 9 o'clock here, and the 24-hour indicator at 3 o'clock that balances out the dial for you. Of course, the slider is to operate the minute repeater, since it's a chiming watch, and it's 43 millimeters, so still wearable, but quite sizable for the kind of watch it is. Otherwise, it carries all the elements of a Breguet wristwatch, that beautiful frosting for the hour ring, the classic touches of the Breguet hands, heat blued, of course, and by my counting, at least 4 patterns of different engine turn decoration on the dial. In fact, they even made a little bit of a distinction there in the upper half and the lower half of the 24-hour indicator at the 3 o'clock, right? There are 2 different kinds of guilloche at work there. If you go by a rule of thumb, pink gold minute repeaters are set to sound warmer. I don't have a great ear for these things, even though I've listened to, say, half a dozen different minute repeaters over time. I don't have a very extensive repertoire either, but that's a received wisdom that I have about minute repeaters. So that it comes in pink gold, I think, is not only visually pleasing, but offers or promises some kind of warmth as well. And in this case, you have just the, I don't want to use the word classic, but hey, that's what the Breguet Classique series are for, right? It harkens back to that time of a simple dress watch that grew out of the tradition of beautiful and exclusive and well decorated pocket watches made to be worn on the wrist. And in terms of its size, in terms of its functionality, in terms of everything else, of course, this minute repeater embodies that perfectly. Okay, tap the little thumbs up button for Lord. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, look, Mookie, I mean, minute repeaters, even for those who can afford it, they're not necessarily a daily wearer, right? It's the kind of watch that you really, really save for the special occasion. If you can find something that is incredibly wearable, and there are some of those, then maybe you can think of wearing it a little more often, but it's really the kind of watch that you would maybe wear once or twice a year at a special event, and more likelier than not, a watch-related event as well. So it is a beautiful thing. I think, you know, one should experience at least once what a minute repeater is in this world, like really, by listening to it in person, holding it in your hand. If it's a wristwatch, you know, activating it when it's on your wrist, it is an experience. It kind of heightens all those aspects of mechanical watch as a living thing that we feel so strongly. That's why a lot of people love alarm watches as well, and that is an entire genre that we would, or we should, in fact, go into one day for a special broadcast. But it is quite an experience, something to sample at least once, and depending on how you like it, you can go from there. And I do, by the way, love the shade of pink gold, the particular alloy of pink gold that Breguet utilizes, for sure. It's just right. You know, it's not too coppery, it's not too red, it's not so light that it would be confused with yellow gold so easily. It's just right. So this is a lot 16, I think, from another auction, actually, not the one that we were just checking out, but 4 days left, and the current bid is at 80,000 Swiss francs. Not cheap by any means, but that's a minute repeater for you. Usually it's about $250,000 it adds up to. And Basil says, I hope one day I would find the right minute repeater. Hey, there's one out there, I'm sure. Just save up so you won't have to sell your house or reverse mortgage it or something when you come across that one that really steals your heart. So the Bonham's auction, again, I think it is a result of their strategy that they have a wider variety of watches. Of course, Bonham's, representing that old school tradition, has an entire page of desk clocks and grandfather clocks and pocket watches as well, which I will kindly skip over. But, pardon me, I chose for you a number of lots that I will go through one by one. And you can tell me again from the link I have posted whether I should be paying attention to something else. Here's a double branded Patek Philippe Tiffany golden ellipse watch. As you see at the jointures, the bracelet, I was going to say, the leather strap is somewhat worn, but otherwise you have a watch that's in an almost impeccable condition. This is the so-called golden ellipse, which is said to be another Gérald Janta design. I can't quite confirm that, but that's what I've heard. It apparently comes with a Tiffany box, but I wouldn't make such a big deal about that. 3747. This is a quartz-powered yellow gold golden ellipse. And it is estimated to go for somewhere between $10,000 to $20,000. We have a 60s Calatrava, lot 58, in yellow gold, manual wind, of course. Well, apparently it's actually from 58, sold in 59. There we have it, the extract from the archives. Looks quite wearable at 37 millimeters. The reference is 2481. A beautiful off-white of the dial, I think, continues that warm feeling that you have with the oxidized and patinated state of the gold. That's oxidization, thankfully, has not touched anything in the dial, so that can be seen as a positive gain. But I think ultimately a very attractive watch, a great way really into getting getting into collecting vintage Patek Philippe watches. It's time only. It doesn't really have any co-signature, you know, the double signature of any jeweler or anything, but a very wearable, simple, and beautiful dress watch. This is lot 58, and the estimate is $8,000 to $12,000. We have another Calatrava, this time in a rather diminutive sizing. Lot 58, a reference 2484. Yellow gold, matching beads of rice bracelets with Breguet numerals against the black dial. I think it looks beautiful with small seconds at 6 o'clock. The only drawback might be, at least to some, that this is actually a 32 millimeter watch. Nevertheless, you see how desirable a Patek Philippe Calatrava is, especially when you have this sort of beautiful dial with Breguet numerals, since the estimate is $15,000 to $25,000. Comes, I think, with an extract from the archives. It says awaiting extract from the archives. That's not a problem as long as they are paying for it. I hope they have, because that is added value, and I think these days Patek charges quite the penny for something like that, which certifies, of course, the authenticity of the watch and gives you further details as to the date of its production and the date of its initial purchase, so on and so forth. Curly Q, thank you. Thank you so much. You have been waiting for a long time for this. Wow, thank you, man. Thank you so much for $10. I appreciate you. Imagine how long I must have been waiting for it. No, it wasn't that long, actually. Let's admit this. It wasn't that long. It was hard work, but hey, I've been in this space only since February, right? I had a failed boxing channel before that, but the account itself was opened in February 2021, and it was a boxing channel. And I started working hard on it in February 2022. And there we are. And it is thanks to your support. It is thanks to people like Curly Q and everyone else who has contributed in whatever way they could in building this platform brick by brick. And we are still growing. I'm sorry, by the way, this was lot 59 that I was talking about. The yellow gold Calatrava with the black dial, beautiful Breguet numerals on it that have taken on quite the warm patina over the years, matching rice of beads bracelets at 32 millimeters. It may or may not be attractive to a lot of different kinds of buyers, but I think to me, it's a beautiful watch. You don't necessarily have to wear it on that rice of beads, beads of rice bracelet. I think this would look gorgeous on a dark brown strap, or even a black glossy strap. Anyway, this is what it is. 15 to 25K of estimated value for lot 59, reference 2484, Patek Philippe Calatrava. We have a 570, which is kind of a Grand Calatrava for its time, 1955, and it is a 35 millimeter, right, for a mid-50s dress watch, and this is what a Patek Philippe extract from the archives looks like. It gives you the caliber number, the reference number of the caliber, case number, reference number and material of the watch, how the original dial was constructed, when it was manufactured, when it was sold, possibly where it was sold, whether it came on a bracelet or leather strap. And there's a remark, cold stamp, and a Thierry Stern or Stern signature. I don't know who does that part, but that is it. That costs you probably whatever you have to pay these days. I think it's upwards of $700, $750 or something. It's crazy. This is a Patek Philippe reference 550. It is an enlarged case at the time, 35 millimeters, beautifully patinated, but entirely intact at the same time. A gorgeous dress watch that you can basically wear for any occasion. Incredible piece, lot 60, with an estimated value of $15,000 to $25,000. Since we are on this roll, I want to introduce you to 2570, which is again another Patek Philippe Calatrava from the same period. Again, in that tradition of a larger Calatrava at 35 millimeters, which is quite a bit for 1955. It has a slightly chunkier case and a lighter heart, you might say, with the Arabic numbers at the quarters and the center, the small seconds at 6 o'clock. I think it has a slightly more lightened look to it, for a dress watch at least. I love the contours of the case that are largely intact and have this sort of teardrop shape when they drop. It's a beautiful, beautiful piece. A Patek Philippe Calatrava 2570, and lot 61 is actually estimated to fetch somewhere between $25,000 to $50,000. And there we go. We have Breguet coming up, which again continues in this genre of small dress watches at 33 millimeter. Very plain, very simple, and simply beautiful. The way that the Roman numerals are raised, I think, is quite attractive. Of course, you have the pyramid decoration on the dial, which is hand-guided guilloche. The center of the subsidiary seconds dial has another decoration right there. And again, a very simple but beautiful dress watch at 33 millimeters. This is lot 72 from year 2000. 3 to 5,000 US dollars is the estimated value. And it's this kind of deal that I was talking about that might well be possible when it comes to auctions. You know, there are always targets of opportunity, even in auctions that are otherwise curated to shoot for the moon, right? Or aim for the moon, or shoot for the stars, whatever you call it. There's always that watch that might be appealing to a very different budget, to a very different mentality for buying watches, no matter what your budget is. And lot 72 is one of these, right? If you have always been looking for a Breguet dress watch rather on the smaller side, here's reference 3910 from roughly the turn of the millennium. And it is estimated to fetch somewhere between $3,000 to $5,000. Manual wind. Next up, we have Reverso in a different cast, lot 75, Reverso Squadra. There have been many efforts over time where they have tried to modernize the Reverso and make it in a way more of a sports watch in the contemporary sense of the word. And the Squadra is one of those models where they executed this vision. It has its fans. It is an acquired taste. I think the proportions of Reverso are perfect as they are. They're not to be messed with. You can make it larger, you can make it smaller, but once you start playing around with that ratio, golden or not, things start looking a little off, to me at least. This is a Reverso Squadra from roughly year 2009. And the other thing that turns me off usually about Reverso Squadras is they have automatic movements with a full rotor, right? So for me, it's a little, it leaves something to be desired, right? Because I'm very much used to having Jaeger-LeCoultre design and execute movements that fit the relatively unusual form of the case. A rectangular case for Jaeger-LeCoultre is, of course, a walk in the park. They always do it. But in these watches, they just have an automatic movement with an oscillating weight. I don't know. I think if they ever bring back automatic movements into a Reverso rather than a hand-winding caliber, it should be a micro rotor that is form-fitting and that is proudly exhibited on the case back. But here's a Reverso Squadra, a little bit of a different flavor. The date at 3 o'clock a.m. p.m. day and night indicator at 9 o'clock, still with a lovely decoration at the center of the dial that follows the line of the Godron on the case. Still a beautiful watch, just not necessarily for me. Lot 75, and again, it's one of those watches, 3 to 5K, right? It ends somewhere closer to the lower end of that estimate. Could be a great deal even after the buyer's premium, which you should always figure in ahead of time just to be on the safe side. There's another JLC watch that I want to share with you. This is something that I really like. It's a little out there. It's not the most popular Jaeger-LeCoultre piece over the years, most certainly. But nevertheless, there is something very charming about the Master Geographic, which is a world time watch. It has a dial that's a little all over the place, but it's quirky enough that it kind of gets away with it, I think. You have the 24-hour indicator, you have a secondary time zone, an automatic movement, of course, a pointer date at roughly 2 o'clock, and a power reserve, which shows up to 45 hours. Of course, you have the cities ring here. The watch is also a world time watch. So a lot of functionality packed into this 38 millimeter case with an asymmetric dial. And again, one of those watches that no one is really out there hunting for. So something that can represent very good value for someone who actually likes it. And this is a yellow gold Jaeger-LeCoultre Master Geographic, reference specifically 169.1.92, roughly from around turn of the millennium again, and the estimated value is $5,000 to $8,000. Again, an interesting target of opportunity at lot 77. A similar target of opportunity, possibly, especially if you are in the world of, well, if you're out there seeking perpetual calendars and you're not hunting for any particular brand necessarily. This is a Breguet Perpetual Calendar in yellow gold. The reference number is 3310. You see there the gold pusher hanging right there. They're presenting it with it. A wonderful sapphire cabochon there that goes with all the blue accents on the dial. Again, they have gone all the way of giving all sorts of decorations to the dial that make this just that much more special. You know, the clouds have a different pattern to the pattern that you have at the power reserve. And then, of course, the hobnail / pyramid design right there at the center of the dial. And the same at the pointer date, you have the same decoration as the clouds in that moon phase. A beautiful piece and quite wearable for a perpetual calendar at 36 millimeters and change. Very thin case, very beautiful case that follows the traditional aesthetic lines of a Breguet wristwatch. Fluted case band, teardrop lugs, that extra touch of elegance there with the sapphire cabochon. And you have a perpetual calendar that has an estimated value of $15,000 to $20,000. And again, at the lower end of that, it could still present a good deal. That is lot 80, Breguet 3310. Next up, we have something a little unusual again. I like highlighting, as you know, watches that are a little out there, a little out of sight, out of mind for the average watch channel. I like doing that. This is Harry Winston triple calendar in 18 karat gold. It's, as with many Harry Winston watches, it takes those design elements of the facade of their flagship store in New York. I quite like that. Those columns or the three fingers, you might call them. That is actually the entrance of their Fifth Avenue store in New York. And you have the day of the week, the date, the month. Unfortunately, you have a quartz movement in this one, so might not be attractive to many for that reason. But this is not exclusively the case with a lot of Harry Winston watches, but in this case, you have what is more a piece of jewelry than a wristwatch, at least from my approach from the 90s. It's a premier, and the estimated value is $7,000 to $10,000 for lot 82. You have a Rolex Bubbleback next at lot 94. At some point in time, the Bubblebacks were all the rage. They were the ne plus ultra of collectibles in the world of wristwatches. Ralph Lauren had one of the biggest collections of Bubblebacks in the world. Nowadays, they're not that hot, but one in good condition, in a well-preserved case with a pristine dial, can always command some value in the market. It's roughly from the 90s, right? And it takes, after that rather convex design of their case backs, reference 3131, for an estimated value of $7,000 to $9,000. Let me actually take a very quick break here. I'll be back with you in 5 minutes, but I wanted to share with you until then this beautiful piece, one of my favorite designs and favorite watches of all time. This is Universal Genev Tri-Compacts from 1940s, they say. I have a hard time telling necessarily the age of the watch because I can't really see the back where you would have that, but the dial seems to be quite well preserved and also warmly patinated. I like the fact that it has this beautiful tri-calendar configuration. You know, the moon phase seems to me like it's a service disc, because I feel in the 40s they mostly had that sturgeon moon phase, right? The anthropomorphized look of it. The hands may have changed. I feel like, you know, this hand is the one for the date, though I can't be sure. Again, I'm not the ultimate expert on Universal Genev. I'm still learning in many ways, but this is a very attractive model with a nice case, a jumbo case, so to speak, because it's 37 millimeters, which is quite large for the time. I think the smaller or the more regular versions were usually around 35 millimeters. In either case, this looks to me like a nice model. I would rather double check it with the wonderful people at the Universal Genev sub forum at Omega Forums. They have a lot of knowledge between the few of them. It's a very dedicated and small group of collectors. I would highly recommend that platform. But this is a very nice model. Nice to see one of them in auction again, and it is rated to fetch a value of $3,000 to $5,000, and that is a lot of watch for the money. Beautiful 37 millimeter. In this case, I want to say yellow gold case. I think it's yellow gold. They don't really specify it. You're getting a triple calendar. You're getting a column wheel chronograph. Just a beautiful watch all around. In a way, dressy and sporty in equal measure, because it's a little less traditional looking than, say, a 1518, a Patek Philippe Perpetual Calendar chrono at the time. And at 37 millimeters, also it's a larger case, so that might be attractive to some. But this is Universal Genève tri-compacts from the 40s at lot 90, expected to fetch somewhere between 3,000 to 5,000. And if in fact it is what it seems to be, that would be still a great value. So let me take that little 5-minute break, and I'll be right back. Jay, we're back. JB, how are you, man? Well, you're on vacation, man. You're still listening to this channel on vacation. We have just passed our first hour, so hit the like button if you have been enjoying the show. We have completed the Ineichen Zürich auction preview for the auction that they have ending in about 5 days, and now we're exploring the Bonham's auction that's going to start at 10 a.m. local time in New York City. We have a 1688, actually. That should be the reference number because 3 is the code for two-tone pieces. It comes with its box and papers. You might even say a full set, right? Because you have the gold anchor as well, the tag, the outer box, the presentation box, what looks like a Rolex handkerchief with hand-turned edges. That's not too bad. I would love to have one of those. And it's quite discreet in that crown, right? You know, no one has to see it, but you know you're holding it in your pocket. That's quite nice. And I appreciate this because it is, again, a model with the so-called nipple dial. I've always loved that execution of the loom plots on the dial, and it has aged so beautifully from black into this very deep navy blue, both the dial and the aluminum bezel. So it looks very distinguished on this yellow gold piece. Quite beautiful, really. There's not many things that reach the level of greatness that a vintage gold sub reaches when it is in this sort of condition. It's really beautiful. And at lot 98, it is expected to fetch somewhere between $30,000 to $50,000. Again, basically a full set. Comes on its bracelets. You know, has aged into this beautiful deep blue. It's hard to argue with it. I've seen, you know, again, it's just an estimate, right? You don't know what it will hit, but if it's closer to the lower end of that estimate, I've seen gold Rolex subs from the period sell for more on a leather strap as a naked watch. So this is a lot of value packed into a single lot at 93. Thank you, Fats. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. Thank you for the like button. Thank you for the upvote, I should say. And JB says, all good, beautiful here. Nice to hear that, man. Love you. Love you. Enjoy your time off. And thanks for dropping by. And next up, we have the lot 97. It's, I have to say something about this. Good Lord. You know, it's Bonham's. Be a little better. You missed the 1680 earlier. Now you're calling a 4-digit GMT Master a GMT Master 2. Come on, be better. Be better, Bonhams. This is lot 97. Black and gold GMT Master from roughly late 70s, I'm guessing. This is full, I think, you know, again, one of the best executions of a gold Rolex watch. It really does look beautiful on that vintage style leather strap. I can't say anything about that, anything against that. I think these sorts of watches look great on the full, pardon me, full gold bracelet, a Jubilee bracelet even. In this case, the leather strap is just fine. I don't know if they are presenting it with anything else, but they have a little action shot there that shows you the lovely warm patina that the rotational bezel has taken, the bezel insert specifically. It's a beautiful watch. I think it's a little on the pricier side, roughly from 1971, apparently. Estimated to hit somewhere between $28,000 to $36,000. Gone Dog, thank you, thank you. Well, good morning. Thank you. Thank you. Trust me, if my heart wasn't into it, if I wasn't into it and if my heart weren't in it, I don't think I would be able to do it, but I love these pieces and I love you guys. So it's really a privilege more than anything. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you for all the likes. And thank you for all the super chats. This is a 5-digit Daytona, 16520. That particular generation that was powered by the Zenit El Primero based movements. This piece is roughly from 1993. A beautiful white dial Daytona with that slight accent that the outer rings of the chronograph registers give it. Of course, with a stainless steel bezel for the tachymeter rather than the much later ceramic that has become a modern icon in its own right. But I think this is where the value is at. They are more expensive than the 6-digit Daytonas, right? By definition, if we're talking about comparable or similar condition between a 16520 and 116520, the 5-digit reference will always be slightly more expensive. And there's a reason for that. There's a good reason for that. And the reason is that Rolex will not go back, not anytime soon, to sourcing chronograph movements from some other brand. So this particular iteration of the Rolex Daytona with a self-winding movement holds a certain historical value and will, for that reason, hold the monetary value a little better as well, because they will always be limited. They're not making them anymore, and they're not going to make them like that anymore, at least not in any near future. So this is one of the important references of a Rolex Daytona, properly neo-vintage as you get closer to 2000. A lot of them have beautiful patinas. A lot of them are really nicely preserved, very wearable on the full bracelet, lots of character on a leather strap. There's not much like a 5-digit Daytona in the world of watches, in the world of chronographs. It's a crowd pleaser. It's universally wearable. I can't say enough about this watch. I love it as an idea, but I certainly can recommend it 100% to anyone who is hunting for a Daytona or for a watch in that segment. In this case, this is lot 99 for quote-unquote Zenit Rolex Daytona, estimated to go somewhere between $20,000 to $30,000. Next up, we have Audemars Piguet, non-Royal Oak Audemars Piguet watch. Again, beautiful rectangular piece with that regulator dial. If you look for my videos, you will see I have a video where I explore the appeal of regulator dials in modern age. A regulator dial, a regulator watch was the centerpiece of watch workshops repair centers and even railroad stations in 19th century, precisely because of the way it centered the focus on the minute, and allowed everyone to set their timepieces in a synchronic fashion. Of course, that was a life and death matter on the railway, and it was a matter of the craftsman's pride in the watch atelier. So it's a good representation of the watchmaking tradition, and also a rather quirky but conventional way of representing time as well. In this case, you have a full hour track at the upper right-hand corner. You have the minute hand, of course, right at center, and you have the running seconds at 60, Arabic numerals at the quarters as well. I think it's a beautiful dress watch, something with a visual interest as well, in full gold, pardon me, belonging to what was called the Museum Collection by AP. At lot 100, you have an estimate of $8,000 to $12,000. Hey, Nick. Speaking of which, yeah, we were talking about Audemars Piguet a little bit in Watch Nicholas's Discord, and I made a comment about Audemars Piguet collectors, and I think the public perception is really about what you see most immediately, most obnoxiously in the public realm. But there are actually still to this day Audemars Piguet collectors who collect everything but the Royal Oak, right? In fact, they don't collect intentionally. They don't collect Royal Oaks. They might have a Royal Oak in their collection, but they focus on these kinds of pieces, you know, vintage Audemars Piguet chronographs, Audemars Piguet perpetual calendars, grand complications, you know, chiming watches, so on and so forth. You might say that the brand itself is not doing much justice to its own tradition by focusing so much on the Royal Oak. You can't blame the average person for defining an entire brand on the Royal Oak and Royal Oak wearers in the mainstream, of which there are many distinguished people, by the way, don't take me wrong. And I would love to have a Royal Oak myself, but the Audemars Piguet collector per se is not limited to people who wear certain kinds of hype versions of the Royal Oak in public. So this is an AP at lot 100 that won't break the bank, and that will certainly set you aside from the average person who is wearing an Audemars Piguet on their wrist. $8,000 to $12,000 at lot 100. You have a Patek Philippe sector dial Calatrava at lot 102. This is a reference 5296G, so in white gold. For whatever reason, these weren't very popular. I think they still present something of a deal for a Patek Philippe Calatrava. They have the date at 3 o'clock, which I don't necessarily love. They have a sector dial, which I adore. They have a centrally deployed second sand, a sweeping second sand, so to speak, which I really love. So the watch itself, for a Calatrava, even for the lack of crown guards, has a kind of a, you know, a bit of a sporty feel. In fact, it's one of my favorite Calatravas of recent time. It comes from roughly year 2010, 2011. And it has an estimated value of $12,000 to $16,000. Could be an interesting catch for the right price. This is lot 102, relatively modern, relatively contemporary, I should say, white gold Calatrava with a sector dial. Hey, nice to see you all. Big Meech, come back. And then we have a watch that I actually decided to put on the thumbnail for today. Once again, an Audemars Piguet that you won't find many people talking about. It's reference 25934, a perpetual calendar in pink gold with a beautiful contrast on the black dial. Lots of lots of interest, lots of additional interest in terms of that radial decoration as well on the dial that emanates from the center. The alpha hands for me are really the highlight of the watch. Lovely, nicely loomed, which is a theme that continues with the index markers that have a little bit of matching material as well that kind of fills them up to a full arrow. The outer rings also match that pink gold of the case. You have additionally a function for equation of time, as well as the two dials here that are for sunrise and sundown. It's really a beautiful watch. It's a functional watch. It's really, in a way, masterful display of watchmaking in a way that many other watches can't really show you, including AP's own line. The equation of time is displayed here at the upper half of the watch with this indicator. Beautiful, I think it looks wonderful on the wrist, really, as well. That's another idea there. It's a chunky watch, right? It's rather big for a dressier piece, but perhaps just right for something that serves as a conversation piece at 43 millimeters. I think this was something that was made for the London boutique at a certain point in time. After all, it serves, it shows the equation of time for London from year 2006. Again, this is lot 104, estimated to fetch somewhere between $20,000 to $40,000. Okay, Nikki says, I would love the AP. I'll get out of here, man. No code 1159 talk here. Just kidding. But I really don't like that watch. I would love the AP 1159 Perpetual Calendar more, buddy, but the JLC Polaris would work. I would much rather have the real thing instead of the copy, and by that I mean the Geogaphic Polaris. Watch Nicholas says, I'm not a fan of that about lot 104. Pretty, though not for me. Very well done. Oh, we have a new person in the chat. Let's see what they come up with. We give everyone a little bit of room to breathe. They need to be snuffed out. I know how to take care of that. Here's another Audemars Piguet Perpetual Calendar with an open-worked dial. Beautiful double-stepped classical case. The image failed to load. Interesting. Lovely on the wrist. Somehow the image doesn't load. But this is basically an update on that 80s Perpetual Calendar that is said to have saved the brand's very classical round-shaped watch. that is executed here in platinum and with an open work dial. Moon phase is there, of course. I think, again, a beautiful, beautiful piece. Reference 25668 platinum. Cantier Perpetuel, great Perpetual Calendar at lot 105 for an estimated value of $30,000 to $50,000. Pardon me. We have another rising star, kind of model that's increasing in popularity among collectible Audemars Piguet watches, especially when it comes to non-Royal Oaks. You remember we talked a little bit about this, Swiss and I, when he was here gracing us with his presence a few days ago. This is a watch in a way that has inspired many of the experimentational approaches to the display of time that we see today. Very classical design otherwise, but the dial has this star wheel display of time, which is said to have influenced, among others, Max Büsser and Uhrwerk. Of course, there was, around the turn of the century, also the Ulysse Nardin freak that has started pushing the envelope when it comes to that. I have to say also, I always loved the way that the dial is so beautifully decorated with Clou de Paris for this outer ring. And ultimately, it's not a watch that I adore, but certainly is an interesting, one more fascinating piece of the Audemars Piguet catalog that went ignored for the longest time and is now really catching the attention of a lot of serious collectors. This is lot 106, the Audemars Piguet Star Wheel 25720 from the 90s, with an estimated value of $20,000 to $30,000. They used to be much cheaper. I think for the kind of watch you're getting, again, if you can catch a deal at the lower end of the spectrum, it's still not so bad. John Davies says, great watch talk, although still confused about hearing watch talk on a watch channel. Me too, John. Feel free to correct me. If I'm doing something wrong, if I'm kind of overstepping my boundaries with talking watches on a watch channel, feel free to put me back in line. Yeah, I do love the Star Wheel. Again, as an idea. It's not a watch that I would go after, but I think as an idea, in the same way, I do have a certain admiration for the Ulysse Nardin freak. I do have a certain respect for Uhrwerk and Max Büsser and friends and BNF. It's not really my style, but I can appreciate it. And I especially like the fact that it is from the Audemars Piguet catalog, right? Where people have a very single-minded association of them with the Royal Oak. And those people include the executives of that very brand. We have talked about this particular Lange 1 model, namely the Platinum Lange 1 with a black dial, as well as the black background on the oversized dates. They have a version of the Platinum dial, a Platinum Lange 1, that's collectors call Stealth, because it has a kind of all-white execution on the dial. This is a model that the collectors call Darth, like Darth Vader, because it has this all-black appearance on the dial. I really appreciate it. No luminous material on it. Clearly, the earlier iteration of the movement that inscribes Doppelfederhaus on the dial, double spring barrel, which is how they reached the 72-hour power reserve at full crank for that movement that was built on a Jaeger-LeCoultre gear train, whereas in the new generation, they have their in-house movement that still has 72 hours of power reserve. This is a very special watch, a kind of a collectible among all other Lange 1 models. At lot 108, roughly from 1998. Again, at the lower end of the spectrum, it's still a good deal, but the estimate is $25,000 to $35,000. Comes as a full set, box and papers, a beautiful watch. I think, for me, much as I love the Odysseus, much as I love the Odysseus as a sports watch, if it is a sports watch, I think for me, an absolute grail for a Lange would be either a platinum Lange 1 or platinum Datograph, of course. The earlier, the better, from the first generation, for example. But yes, this is the Lange 1 Darth, lot 108, has an estimated value of 25 to 35,000. Again, as a quick reminder, this auction is tomorrow, and my friend is here. Hello, friend.
Hello everyone. Got a few loyal people in chat. Watch Nicholas and Jake Brooks, Bowser's Beazles, Fat Windbag Ben, got John
Yeah.
Davey in there, Maldives. Very nice. Mookie, John D.
Hey, Maldives. Yeah, I love you, man. Thanks for coming back. And Dick Dastardly, nice to see you. And yeah, I mean, look, the estimates for these sorts of auctions are always on the conservative side, right? Just because that Lange 1 was listed for 25 to 35 doesn't mean it will go for 25, of course. But you never know. It's an auction, right? If you're in New York and you're somehow registered and you want to take part, you can register on the day as well to bid. Why not? You can always take your chances. You can wait a little bit, see if anyone else is bidding on it. If no one else does, you wait until the opportune time and you raise your paddle, man. It can happen. 25 with the buyer's premium on top would be actually a great deal for this watch. How are you doing, Ozzy? You're muted. You're muted.
Yeah, things are going well. I'm just, weather's really nice here in Las Vegas right now. It's best time of year. It's sort of like our summer, because actual summer is more like winter. You just have to stay inside. It's way too hot. So I've been able to get out into the park, make a few videos, pay attention.
Yeah, you took Junior to a NASCAR race, right?
Yes, yeah. That was fun. Very, very loud. Yeah, really. He loves cars, but he doesn't have the attention span. I mean, 3 years old, he doesn't have the attention span for a proper car race, but he certainly gets to experience it a little bit. And it wasn't crazy expensive. I went the Saturday and not the Sunday, so it's just the second tier of NASCAR that we saw, not the premium, the top league.
Nice.
But they're just as loud. It's crazy. He's getting used to wearing hearing protection. One of my other hobbies is shooting, and I'd like to be able to take him shooting sometime, just to start to get used to it. But the primary concern there is obviously hearing protection. If I can trust him that he knows to use it properly and not pretend, So it was really good. So as we approached the racetrack and there was a lot of noise, he goes, "Daddy, give me the hearing protection," and he puts it on himself.
Nice.
So he's
So it takes the initiative.
Yes, so he understands why you're doing it.
That's great. Well, I mean, I think that he likes it, but lacks the attention span, as you said. That might be a good thing. Maybe he's not blessed like the rest of us to be on the spectrum. So it's good to be normal. It's good to be normal sometimes.
Yeah.
How's it going on? You had a video about the Rolex AD experience, which you shared a little bit with us, but do you want to draw attention to it? And I will post the link for people to watch later in the chat as well.
Sure. I'm not here on this break. I do genuinely have time. I was watching a movie on the movie service MUBI Movie, which is more art house type stuff, and I was watching Gaspar Noé's latest movie, Vortex. So if you recall, Gaspar Noé's a guy who did Irreversible. That was like probably his most standout, most popular, most controversial movie. I really loved his film Climax a few years ago. And so I'm trying to keep up with his movies, and only Mubi has it. I don't want to buy the Blu-ray. It's cost a fortune. I don't even know if I like the movie. But man, the streaming service just died. So I'm on here. it just every scene, it just dies. I'm like, this is why I buy Blu-rays, is because I will never have a situation where the stream just dies. Yeah. What's Nicholas say? I watch?
I don't know what he means by that.
Yeah. Well, the Rolex situation, it's kind of tricky. I think things are getting easier, but from my perspective, it's getting harder. And I think that might be because we all know now that basically only a Pepsi GMT or the Lefty or a Daytona in steel are the only watches that are going to be worth a flipper's time, right? Like even a gold Daytona now is like, you're probably losing money on that. But if what you want is a Pepsi or a steel Daytona, it means that all of that potential attention is now focusing only on those two models. Where last year, it was like anything with the crown on it, would satisfy a flipper, That's
a great reversal of great perspective on what we have been talking about, because ultimately the reason that these what you call quote unquote second tier Rolex watches are becoming available and are soon going to be falling into the case, which means they will just remove that exhibition only tag from the display, because most of those watches are not exhibition only, just to put it out there once more, is because now the average small-time flipper cannot risk to touch those watches, because they can't turn right around and sell them at a $1,000 to $5,000 profit to a gray market profiteer. So now, like you said, like you very perceptively observed, the top of the line or the most desirable, most hyped up Rolex watches, like the Pepsi GMT, which it always was in a way, like the Daytona that it always was almost from 2000 onwards, and certainly when the 116500 LN came out, those watches are not becoming easier to get necessarily, because people are still populating those so-called wait lists. Those flippers who did have more intimate connections with shadier authorized dealers are still getting those watches through the back door. So not much has changed for those. In fact, like you are saying, maybe it's worse now, because all the flippers are going with all they got for the remaining trio or 4 or 5 watches that are really profitable for what they are doing in that lineup.
Yeah, if you look at it from a shady AD's perspective now, they were making huge bang for huge bucks last year and the previous year. They offload their gold models. They would love to be a multi-brand just so they could offload some pieces with all their Datejust, But now, if they're trying to chase the same revenue numbers, they have to make the most of what premium pieces they have left, and they're not going to see them, quote unquote, go to waste. Now, I'm not defending this, but if you just look at it, like if you're a shady grey dealer, it would be impossible to get one of those pieces from your AD right now if they're shady, right? It would just become literally impossible. They have to focus all of their attention on those pieces that can still get them the higher profits.
Yeah, I love the shady AD term. It's almost like, because this channel is very monotonous outside of that. Thankfully, you're here to save the show. Because that sounds like some of the tongue twisters that Watch Nicholas comes up with. Shady AD. Very cool.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that explains my perspective. Is like I'm just completely cut off from GMT and Daytona
right.
as of like three months ago, and that it said like at least another year until anything happens, and I'm like, I wonder how long that's going to last. How can you make customers how can you make customers happy? How can you make your deals if you're not going to release those to even customers you previously said were qualified and have sold to? I'm just half guessing. The only explanation is like maybe they were shady to begin with, and I'm not throwing in too much hate at my AD. They've done well by me, but it's really my SA that's done well by me. At the AD level, who knows what's happening?
Look, I mean, again, you're at a very interesting place, Las Vegas. In fact, I keep saying this, and that's, you can come up with all sorts of bullshit about landlords not being amenable to what you're asking for. You just couldn't leave that sweet spot of ADs per population who would be the particular audience for Rolex watches. But joking aside, these kinds of ADs in Las Vegas, in Southern California, have such a wide spread of customers that even loyal buyers like you, who, you got a Rolex watch every other month for the last year or two?
In 2021, it averaged basically one every 2 months.
I mean, in an ideal world, you would be the ideal customer, except there are people who spend, in fact, $250,000 to $1 million and more on watches.
A pop at a time. Like they don't, it doesn't stop.
And those are the people who buy watches from Southern California, from New York, from Las Vegas, from London. So chances are you are competing with these people. So even if your AD is not particularly shady, still, in a relatively fair deck of cards, you're still competing against these sorts of odds, these sorts of players.
Yeah, absolutely. I did start sort of wandering about, trying to see which other boutiques I could take a look at, and one that hasn't barred me for the next year. And I don't know, it's so intimidating, these other Rolex boutiques, honestly. Like they've all in the sort of the boutique setup, so there's no other brands there. So you're walking in, you can't even feign interest in some tags and tutors, as you know what I mean? It's like, I don't know what to do in literally a Rolex boutique. They have nothing, and I'm like, what am I supposed to do here? I should give them a chance. I should actually try, but I did notice there are two. I didn't realize there's a second AP boutique here in Vegas, over at the Venetian, and that actually looked a little cute. The SA in there looked a little bored. I think I can make that work.
John Davies says, I've never had a Rolex before. Finally put my name down on the list for Air King this year. I wouldn't have bothered last year without a buying history. I think there's hope for an Air King. There's hope. Of course, it's a new release, so it had that sort of initial spark of interest. But I mean, again, with all my love for vintage Air Kings at 34 millimeters, especially, but also just Air Kings more broadly, it's never been, and it will never be, the hottest Rolex watch. So if there is a watch that you can reasonably get with 3-4 months of waiting, I think that would be the Air King. So I think
it's a
you
tasteful
should,
one
you should hold out.
to aim for. Yeah, I think the Air King was really probably the dog of the collection. Like even in 2020, like 2021, where things were crazy hot,
And
you would
we are
still see people randomly being
people.
offered Air Kings.
We are dog people here, so no worries about that.
I'm putting it in the softest terms possible with Meech, but I think with the update, it really moved up the list, like past the Sky Dweller, past the Milgauss.
See,
I think the new Air King really does cut it. Like it actually, like I want that watch, not badly, but it now actually makes the cut. A lot of people say they like the crown guards are superfluous, and I think it's like, no, it just sort of makes it beefy and more unique. Because if it didn't have the crown guards, it would look like I don't know, an Explorer 39 reissue, and with a slightly different dial. But now it's got its own unique character. It's sort of making its own trail. I wouldn't be surprised if there's another, like 10 years from now, I'm not saying it's imminent, they do something completely radical with the Air King again. And by radical, I mean like they give it an extra 1 millimeter in size or something.
No, I
as
think,
radical as Rolex gets.
I think they will actually. They might next time. I think they might redesign the dial, because in a way, I don't know if you looked into the history of that latest iteration, but it was basically taken from a dashboard of a car that Rolex was collaborating with in an attempt to break the land record for speed. Then Rolex basically pulled out for whatever reason. So they that dial remained, and they still market that watch, because they have to, as an aviation watch, even though they were trying to move it away from aviation. So by mistake. But when Rolex does things by mistake, they just stick to it as if they have always intended it, and it somehow sticks, So and with Air King, again, it's not necessarily my favorite watch in the line, but it's also not my least favorite either. I think it's a great watch if you put your mind to it. It's one of those great entries into the range.
Yeah, I think the new one really looks really good. Adding the 0 to the 5 really does break up the 5 that's running across the top. It just adds so much more balance to it. It isn't just quote unquote a bargain basement Milgauss or something like that. So it's now its own watch. It's not a part spin watch. It's its own watch. You can love it for its own qualities and unique properties. So it's a lovely watch. I think ultimately it's very, very cool. Very, very cool.
Yeah, I like it too.
But just a quick backtrack. Yeah. You're talking about like Air King and its history. Am I wrong? But was the Air King renamed the OP? Like, because I see Air Kings that are like older than the previous gen's Air King, and the Air Kings back then basically time only. As best as I can tell, it looks like an OP to me, and I'm wondering, did the name change from Air King to OP, and then they introduced Air King again, but as a sports watch?
No, not really, because Oyster Perpetuals were, in a way, look, I mean, Oyster Perpetual is basically the name of the Rolex watch, right? Oyster refers to the case, Perpetual refers to the self-winding movement. So everything in the range is Oyster Perpetual, more or less. But
Right.
over time, Rolex always had certain models, sometimes in reduced sizing, sometimes in a kind of bare bones expression, um, that were at times called junior models, right? But essentially served as an entry point into the brand for a younger range of customers usually. Um, so Oyster Perpetual always existed in some shape or form, but I think Air King, with the name Air King, was introduced probably in the post-war period, in the immediate post-war period, and it did lean on that aviation heritage.
Yeah, I'm just looking like at vintage Air Kings, and they're all, time only. Not all of them are
Mhm.
just stick dials, but a lot of them are. So
Yeah.
they look like an Oyster Perpetual to me today, but they just have the other branding of Air King on it as well. So I'm not.
Yeah. Well,
I'm
they
wondering,
they also
was
have.
there literally an Oyster Perpetual watch prior to the last two generations of Oyster Perpetuals?
Not really. I mean, there are also Air Kings that look like junior explorers, like
Right.
that look every bit an explorer, but 34 millimeters instead of 36. So it's kind of its own thing, but not really, in the sense that it until this most recent, until the penultimate design, and what was modified in the most recent design, Air King was never a watch that really had its own lane. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
now it's in fact properly its own watch, whereas before it was basically an entry point into the Rolex range that didn't really have its own character. It kind
Yeah.
of looked
Yeah.
like an Explorer, kind of looked like a plain Oyster Perpetual, but had the extra signature on the dial.
Yeah, I put in a couple of links. One to, I think, a white dial one, but the second one is clearly a blue Plora.
Let's start with the second one. Oops. I don't know what happened there.
I
Wait,
think,
I didn't copy it properly.
yeah,
Sorry.
it's just
My
the
bad.
last part of the. Yeah, I mean, we know the the blue Plora, the 369 OP of the previous generation. I mean, clearly this is the same watch.
Right.
But
And
yeah,
then you
I
have
get I get what you mean. Like, just looking through the history of Air Kings, they don't seem to have too much of a running theme. Apart from none of them have a date.
right. So and that's the bare bones expression, really, more than anything. It's like it's just the most functional date time only three-hander Rolex watch that should be accessible to the widest, broadest possible group of people. So Air King, to romanticize it a little bit, was more like an idea than a proper line, right? The idea was, how can we produce a model that would appeal to the young person to serve as their first Rolex? And Bezos makes a very important point. Junior needs a junior model. And they mean Aussie Junior, actually, obviously, because I'm childless, as people love to point out.
Yeah, so yeah, Air King finding its way snuck into the professional lineup around after it copied the Milgauss case. Somehow the Milgauss case is a professional watch, and then now it's with some nice crown guards. It's officially made it. And did Air King Ben get his? I don't know if you talk about Air King Ben, but
The
I'm
second
gonna
one,
have. Yeah.
I don't care about. I mean, I've never cared about Air King Ben. So you can talk or not talk about him.
Okay.
Doesn't
Okay.
faze me. Doesn't faze
I
me.
mean, he's treated me well. He's treated me well, and
He does that.
he's with Jamie Opulence and Air King Ben. We'll be going to dinner next when they're in town. So
Yeah,
we should have some fun.
absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, I think in English that comes across in two different ways. Meaning, not that I don't rate him or anything. I just don't care about him.
No,
He's
I
another
understand.
person on the world. I could care less. So yeah, should we go along with this auction? I have about a dozen more watches
Yeah.
that I want to talk about. This is lot 112. It's a Patek Philippe Perpetual Calendar from the 39 series, 3940, yellow gold, stepped case, very traditional, beautiful, has a kind of two-tone expression with those subdials. It's it's a classic 36 millimeters, so it's on the smaller side compared to the modern models, but very desirable still. Lot 25 has an estimated value of 25 to 35,000. Probably will go for more than that, but keep your eyes peeled for the Patek Philippe Perpetual Calendar reference 3940. And we have its, in a way, its neighbor, its companion in 3970. I don't know how they managed to get this beautiful watch that oxidized.
What on earth is that? It's fake gold. It's fake scoop fake gold.
I don't know what they did with this. As much as I get angry with people who hold things in safe deposit boxes exclusively, I think this is a result of this as well. That I guess it got stuck somewhere with some strange humidity, not perfectly conditioned for preserving a gold watch over years. I guess maybe there was something on it directly. I don't know.
Well, I've seen on certain forums about people who've had trouble with the gold on watches and jacuzzis.
Oh, come on! I
Those-
mean, I hope no one is taking a Patek Perpetual Calendar to the jacuzzi. Come on.
No, well, I just mean like 18 karat gold isn't inert like 24 karat would be. And
Right.
I did see a story of someone who got a hot tub root beer basically after they took their two-tone yellow gold date just into the jacuzzi, and it came out basically ever-rose.
That's so funny. I mean, I'm sorry about the fate of that particular watch, and I don't mean to take so much pleasure on someone else's misery. And look, I mean, I've personally chided Dirk Diggler for surfing with a Seamaster chronograph, and it had water ingress. So a Perpetual Calendar chronograph, which has umpteen number of pushers, chronograph, and adjustment, you really don't want to be taking into a jacuzzi. I mean, it's for the boardroom. It's maybe for the bar, but I wouldn't. I would try to get, if you're a lefty, wear the watch on your right hand, and fetch your drinks with the left. If you're a righty, keep it on the left, drink with your right, keep it as far away from any liquids as possible. Yeah, I don't know what happened to this watch, because 3970s, for a certain kind of Patek collector, these are beautiful and very valuable watches. And this in this condition, it's estimated to fetch somewhere between $60,000 to $90,000. This is again a 36 millimeter case. So smaller than 5970, but perhaps for that reason a little more universally wearable and very beautiful, in a way that a Patek Perpetual Calendar chrono is a classic. So too bad about the oxidization, but yeah. There's a two-tone Zenith powered Rolex Daytona next at lot 122. Oz, you like Daytonas. Would you wear a two-tone Daytona or you are against it?
Yeah, I'm against it.
Yeah. Tell me why.
I'm not against two-tone. I do like a lot of watches in two-tone. The Daytona is just not really one of them. I think the black dial is the most desirable for me, and I think a lot of other people in the two-tone. But yeah.
Okay. I kind of like it, actually. With or without the diamond dial, it's an interesting touch. It wouldn't be the first one I would go for. If I ever were in a market for Daytona, I would either want to go for 5-digit in stainless steel, or probably precious metal on leather strap. I feel like those are great value, and I actually love the aesthetic of those as much as any other Daytona. But yeah, a two-tone Daytona, I'm not against it, and I like the way that that gold bezel picks up on the outer rings of the chronograph registers. I think that is a nice visual correspondence that pleases me.
I think this might have been polished a bit too much, or at least for many people's preferences. Like if you look at the bezel, it looks that looks like it's just been polished out just a little too much.
Yes and no. That can be. I think closer examination is necessary. That can be the effect of polishing. That can be simply the effect of your shirt cuff. I have a 5-digit Explorer 2, as you know, which has a stainless steel bezel, of course, and the numbers on that wipe off quite easily. And in my case, it has started coming off both by the crown and 9 o'clock, right? So it can simply the usual wear and tear. It can be, like you said, at first blush, it can certainly look like the effects of some polishing. You can always renew the bezel. If you get a good deal on it, you actually love the two-tone, and you can, you want a bezel that's fresh. They easily sourced from a secondary parts dealer. I don't know how pliable the service centers are, but I'm sure they will do it for you. They will take this one and they will charge you still out of your nose for the new one, but they can change that.
It is a good point that paint inlay on bezels is not necessarily the hardest wearing thing of all time. It's sitting on a metal that's expanding and contracting, unless it's an incredible paint that survives that expansion and contraction over decades. It's not going to be sitting in there that firmly.
It really isn't. I mean, especially this is a little bit commonsensical and something that I'm speculating more than anything, but I feel the older the watch is, it might be the paints that they were using, in the 90s, etc., or towards the end of the 90s. I have seen a lot of wear off for watches that have actually been worn. Whereas maybe in this last generation of Explorer 2s, even though they have stainless steel bezels, maybe they don't wear off as easily, but time will tell and show, of course, when it comes to that.
Yeah, I'm wondering what they're doing with the modern stuff. We got Rolex are really sweating the details when they're talking about longevity and reliability these days, and the certainly the paint inlay in the Explorer 2. I wonder if they've done something there. They really don't spare any expense. So like the black hands on the Explorer 2 are actually white gold, then powder coated. They're not. They could have used steel or something, but they figure that the gold will actually be more inert. And they're correct. It's just spare no expense. And having the inlay. Another interesting property though is like, because the Explorer 2 is using such a very bold text now, there's a lot more surface area for that paint to sit and not be as fragile, basically.
Yeah. So this is lot 122, a two-tone Rolex Daytona 16523. And it has an estimated value of $20,000 to $30,000. Next one might be a little more pleasing for Aussie because it's the same generation, but in stainless steel, and the bezel seems a lot more intact as well, even though there's some fading, as you can see, right? The black is not as sharp and bright as it may have been when it first came out.
But for those who have OCD, they may prefer this model over the current gen, because the actual subdials are at the 3 and 9 line. They're actually at the midpoint of the watch, while the current model sort of goes up a little bit into the 9 and 10 and 2 and 3 position.
Do you know the easiest way of distinguishing between a 5-digit Daytona and 6-digit Daytona, between El Primero powered Daytona and the Rolex first iteration of the automatic movement?
Not the easiest. I would have thought it would be this positioning of the subdials, but
that's great.
I'm gonna listen.
But from a distance, let's say you saw it in a picture or on someone's wrist. One way would be, like you said, this is perfectly at the center at 3 and 6 o'clock. The other way, because nowadays you would know this from your Daytona, the running seconds is at 6 o'clock, whereas the Zenith El Primero caliber has the running seconds at 9 o'clock. So that's an easy way of telling them apart at first blush.
Yeah, absolutely.
And this is lot 121. I think this is one of the best Daytonas ever, if you ask me. 16520 with the caliber 4030, built on the base of Zenith El Primero caliber 400, and it is estimated to fetch somewhere between $15,000 to $25,000 US dollars.
Wow, they were saying that the two-tone would fetch more than this. As far as I know, that's not likely.
I don't think so either, Aussie, but it can be, the sticking point might be rarity, Aussie. I think 16523 is a little more rare than a 16520 with a white dial. So it depends on the bidders in that room, essentially. If they are like us, Rolex stainless steel sports guys, they will go for this and they will drive this up. And trust me, that's a relatively conservative estimate too. I wouldn't be surprised if it goes closer to 30,000 than 15,000, rather than settling somewhere between 15 to 25. If it is just, committed Rolex collectors who probably already have a stainless steel in their collection, but want to add a two-tone from that generation, then you will see genuinely that realizing more, because that's more rare, the 16523. So it's possible both ways, but I agree with you. The stainless steel for this kind of watch should command slightly more, and it does seem to be in a better condition as well.
And better condition too, yeah. It looks gorgeous. It looks really good. No box and papers, maybe? Is that?
Yeah, naked. But the other one was naked too, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right. The box and papers I took note of in my mind was that Patek with all of the patina.
Yeah, this is...
horribly ruined, but for some reason the box and paper's intact.
Oh, God, I wish... I'm glad you made me back. 2 additional links, additional bezel in the... I told you the bezel is interchangeable. So they actually added, since this bezel is worn, and that might be the added value, they have a new yellow gold bezel for it in the package. So you can replace it if you want it. So maybe that's why it's a little higher.
How does the bezel on a Daytona actually work? Are we getting too deep?
Well, what do you mean?
I don't actually understand how it's physically constructed, because I mean, I know how this diver bezel goes on. You can pop it off. It's no problem. But the fixed bezel on the Daytona, I don't actually... Does it play any role in securing the sapphire?
Now, that's a technicality that I don't know either, but I would say, by and large, it is similar to the Explorer 2 bezel in the way it goes on than to a Submariner or GMT Master bezel. That's all I can say. I'm sure there's a gasket between the case, crystal, and the bezel. Whether that has something to do with the water tightness and waterproofing of the watch, I can't be sure. I should look into that. I will look into that, in fact. But that's an interesting question. Next up is a very interesting GMT Master, the so-called Concorde, but comes with one of the most atrocious bracelets that I've ever seen on a Rolex. No offense to the great civilization of Aztecs and Mayas. But goddamn, man, that's ugly.
I'm surprised they're selling it like that.
Right?
Throw it on some other watch.
Man, I don't even... I mean, do they have any additional information about... No, they don't.
I'm wondering if the owner just insists that it needs to be sold like that. He's like, no, it's worth more like this.
I don't know. I'm the thing that's most interesting to me about this watch is the baton, is the stick hands. Everything else is not... I'm not too hot on, and it's not only
legit, as in...
No, I don't think that's
anything I've seen.
No, I mean, look, the strangest thing that is legit that I've seen in the South American market are Rolex sports watches that are properly fitted, meaning with proper end links, with a president bracelet. I've seen that, and that is original. That's not an aftermarket thing. That is something that some Rolex dealers in Latin America did. But I have not seen anything like this that would be even remotely original or approved or cleared or certified by anything associated to Rolex. Again, no offense to the pagan gods that we are alienating here. But yeah, this is... Again, it's not in the greatest condition either. Maybe they want us to look at, look more at the tacky bracelet than the condition of the actual watch. But hey, it's still a solid case. Good case on it.
Triangle indice at 12, as well as an applied crown indice as well. Well, not an indice, but an applied crown. Applied crown and applied 12 o'clock indice, the triangle. It's that's not that common.
That's the 4-digit. That's the 1675 /3 or /8. They don't have the quick set date. So the 4-digit generation of gold GMTs or two-tone GMTs have an applied coronet. And you're right to say that that is rare, because that's already phased out at the next generation. For example, my root beer, which is roughly from 1982, that doesn't have an applied coronet. It has the nipple dial, but no applied coronet. So your good eye. You're right to say that's rare. And these hands, this configuration is pretty rare too. The stick hands and the seconds hand in this relatively thin and delicate configuration, the so-called Concorde setup, because it appeared on a Rolex advertisement, if you were flying the Concorde tomorrow, shtick. So that is pretty rare. The case looks good. Otherwise, not a very desirable example. This is lot 124 and has an estimated value of $30,000 to $50,000.
That's an estimate. I would say this sounds high to me, considering just how weird this piece is.
Again, what a 1675 in 18 karat gold, even on a leather strap these days, you can easily say 25 to 35K, depending on condition, right? Yeah. So I'm not necessarily saying that it won't sell, but yeah, on the lower side, then closer to 50,000. That would be my guess, because the Concorde hands, that handset itself is value. And it is period correct to the watch. So the watch still, even just with the case and the dial and the movement, let's say, it has a lot of value that it's holding. So might not be 50,000, but what will still sell, I'm sure. Now, the next one is a crowd pleaser, even though it doesn't come on the bracelet. It is an absolute classic. We both love it, I know. It's a 1016 Rolex Explorer 126.
Interesting choice of strap to sell it to. It looks like a cheap eBay item.
Oh my God, man. Like Bonhams, like all these misspellings in their listings, the lack of detailed pictures. I know they're presenting some value among these watches, because there is some great deals that we come across, especially on non-Rolex watches so far. But come on, man. Like, try harder.
I mean, it's a fine enough combination if it's yours, but it's honestly like you pay $7 and you'll get 10 of these in different variation colors. This is they're hiding the hardware, because they've clearly found one of the cheapest NATO straps they could to sell a very important and expensive piece that looks nice.
It's okay. I mean, it's not the most perfect, sharpest case, best condition Explorer that I've ever seen, and it's priced accordingly as well, right? It's just the watch, just the watch head, $8,000 to $12,000. It's fine, but come on. I mean, auction houses are actually usually distinguished by their presentation. That's how they sell their product. Find a nice distressed leather strap that fits the vibe of the watch. It's they're not helping.
It's not even an appropriate color. It's just didn't have any black ones left. Just find a black one. It's fine.
Maybe it resonates with Bonham's royal
website.
Royal purple. But not even. So this is lot 126, an Explorer 1016, roughly from 1968, which is a beautiful year for a Rolex, just like my beautiful sub. And this is estimated to fetch somewhere between $8,000 to $12,000.
What do you think the real range is on this, on the 1016?
On this kind of 1016, or one in stellar condition?
Yeah, this one.
This one, I think it would be fair to say, 10 to 12 would be safe.
Mm-hmm.
Because you would ideally want to acquire a period correct bracelet, which can set you back a few $1,000s.
Right.
So closer to 10 for me than 12. But again, I'm a cheap man. I'm frugal would be the kinder term, but I'm just cheap. I'm sure they have sold for more, but we are in an interesting time. So you might find one listed if it's in a great condition, even if it's just a watch head, for $15K.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of professional dealers make a better effort, right? At this time, they would actually find a period correct bracelet, put it on that bracelet, etc. So actually, for that reason, this can be a great deal. Take advantage of the fact that they made a shitty presentation of what is a wearable vintage watch. Take it, get yourself a leather strap, wear it on all occasions, because 1016 is exactly that. It's a watch for all seasons. And you can always be on the hunt for a period correct appropriate bracelet, or any Rolex bracelet that you can fit properly on a 1016 36 millimeter, and you have a great watch. Wearable, vintage, collectible. It ticks like every box. So I would actually take a closer look at lot 126. Next up is lot 125. This is bluesy in full gold. The case is a little shaved down, as might be the case with a lot of gold watches.
Is that the spring bar popping out of the hole?
Yeah, and that's a pretty unseemly sight. Not very encouraging. This is 16618. Again, late 80s, $35,000 to $55,000. I think, again, estimates are usually on the conservative side, but I find this on a very optimistic end of the spectrum. I don't expect it to fetch anywhere near 50,000.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the watches that are in our birth years in the 80s tend not to be into that vintage, quote unquote, era, quote unquote. I think, what do you call this stuff from the 80s? It's the intermediate, or?
Well, some people would call it transitional, but everything being relative, Oz, I think by now, anything that has an acrylic crystal and a tritium dial, I would call vintage when it comes to Rolex.
But the main issue is just like in value. They're not super rare, and this is such a poor example of one. It's just
right.
Whoever's buying this is settling, but who settles when they get a gold watch?
That's true. That's true. Unless you get a very good deal on it again, and this is not the estimate, at least, is not a great deal. Yeah. I mean, that's a fine distinction again, but what you're saying is absolutely right. Right, mid to late 80s Rolex is not extremely rare. This is the period where they start ramping up that production. This is the period where they start introducing, sapphire crystals, especially on gold models, of course. So things start changing. Late 90s, I think that's properly neo-vintage. It is good to call this period transitional in a way. Yeah, it depends on the particular watch, I think. to decide whether it's vintage or not. And even then, it's very subjective. I don't think there's one way of designating what is vintage, unless you say, there we go, 82 and before. And there are some people who do that.
Mm-hmm. Well, on this piece, it's got applied indices that are pretty big.
Mm-hmm.
This is indistinguishable from, say, a Submariner that was produced in the late 90s, even early 2000s.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is certainly post-nipple dial. That's one thing we can note, and that means simply that it is aesthetically very similar, even with the aluminum bezel, to a pretty contemporary piece. You're absolutely right. Here we have something that you can't confuse like that, though. You have a good old sub from 1959. And it is basically small crown James Bond 6538, has that gilt dial with the matching Submariner writing in gilt. Again, a lovely little crack developing there on the crystal. Of course, there is a lot of aging and patina on the dial. The seconds hand, the lollipop second hand, seems to be breaking at the loom. All of this is predictable, for a watch that has so much radium on the face. Things seem to be even. Of course, the loom pip has fallen off from 12 o'clock, which is fine. It happens a lot. The case seems okay. The bracelet is correct. Those riveted oyster bracelets are, I think, a joy to wear. A Submariner without crown guards might be an acquired taste. I think the big crowns are nicer, but they're also much more expensive.
The big crown is like a very limited watch, right? Like a number of years produced, the references that had them.
I mean, it's basically 6538 has either a small crown or a big crown, and big crown is more desirable, if only because of the James Bond association. And it's not an unlimited number of watches, but it's not, I don't think it's like a 1518 Patek Perpetual Calendar chronograph, right? It's not like there are less than 300 examples, but there's not an unlimited number of them either. We have another dive watch classic, but before we switch, this is lot 127, and it's expected to fetch somewhere between 20 to 30,000 US dollars. We have Tornek Rayville, which was, of course, basically a Blancpain 50 fathoms made for the US market at the period. 60s, a TR 900, old school, mil-spec dive watch vibes with the moisture indicator at 6 o'clock. Of course, this bezel itself, bakelite and loom-filled too. Lots of beautiful, beautiful radium on that dial. So tread with care. And this is properly presented on a black NATO. In this case, they didn't use that beautiful purple striped piece. Lot 131, one of the most valuable items in this curation, actually, $80,000 to $120,000 of estimated value. People love these things. There's a whole genre of collectors who, of course, collect mil-spec dive watches, and of course, a Blancpain or Tournec Ravel 50 fathoms with that kind of provenance appeals to them immensely. And this was basically a watch that was military issued. And the reason Tournec branded them that way, I think, was to increase the appeal to the US government, rather than having the name of a Swiss brand on the dial. They may have preferred that. Lot 130 is a beautiful pre-Daytona Rolex chronograph with a white dial or silver dial. Again, I adore these multimeter scales for pre-Daytona chronographs. You have the tachymeter, of course, on the chapter ring, but right inside that, in a concentric circle, you have the telemeter scale as well. I love these, 6038 and 6238. If you can find them with the black dials, which is even more rare, they're quite a treat. Eric Clapton owned one. He can't be wrong. He can be, but anyways, when it comes to watches and music, let's say. But these are pretty cool too. The 6238 here, again, on its proper bracelets. Roughly, I would say from early 60s. Comes with its paper and boxes, which is again beautiful. Interesting value, very collectible for the right buyer, and it is estimated to fetch somewhere between $60,000 to $90,000.
The telemeter is an interesting complication. Your audience is far too
modern
to be fascinated by it. But we don't see the telemeter on many watches, full stop.
Right.
But I think it's actually a more useful complication for a chronograph than the tachymeter, honestly.
Since you like to shoot, I was guessing you would say that, but it's basically a scale that was invented for the trenches. Let's put it like this, right? If you have a watch like this and you're in the trenches, if you hear the sound of shelling, you engage the chronograph and you hit it again. You stop it when that hits your part of the town, your neck of the woods, and you more or less know how far the enemy might be. So it is incredibly useful, actually, in the right context, and that's what it was invented for. There can be other applications where you basically work out, a measurement of distance through the speed of sound, more or less.
Yeah. I've heard of lightning being one, but there's plenty of situations where you find yourself being able to hear something from what you saw, not just explosions, but even someone hitting a golf ball from across the way. You could say, it's like, okay, I can see it. It would be pretty quick. It'd only be like a few hundred milliseconds, but it would give you that sort of yardage, roughly speaking.
Yeah, it's not. I love multi-scale chronographs. Again, even if all of them are useful or not necessary, I think the chronograph is already a busy dial to my aesthetic. So the busier it gets, the better. I don't mind. Some as are like snailed as well. So you would have like a pulsometer on the outside or a telemeter on the outside, pulsometer inside, and then snailed tachymeter right at the center of the dial. Again, the busier the better. I'm fine with that, as long as it's well designed and well put together. Rolex does a great job with that. Breguet does a great job with that. but multimeter chronographs are really, I think, nice. And there's some interesting color, of course, right? You have the blued hands and the blue telemeter, which adds just a little dash to what is otherwise a pretty, monochromatic expression. So I kind of like that.
The blue hands are interesting. I don't even recall many Rolex watches with blue hands, and I don't know if these are blued hands, as in like steel that have
Yeah.
been fired, but
Mhm.
these are blue. I mean, it's a wonderful technique and it's a wonderful blue. I love them on Cartier all the time, but I've never seen a Rolex that had blued hands. Very cool.
Yeah, pre Daytona chronographs is one place where you would find them. I think Jean-Claude Killy too has blued hands, which is the chronograph triple calendar of Rolex. I have one more, and this is something that will please you again. This is a watch that Mr. Boston Collector just acquired in 18 karat gold, but it hits just as hard in steel. It's a 6263 Big Red.
Very cool. This is a good example too, it looks like.
Yeah, it comes with box and papers if you care for such a thing. Roughly from year 1970. Lovely reverse panda configuration, so-called Big Red, which means that it has the Daytona writing in a bigger, fatter font.
This would have been one of the earliest watches that had Daytona on it, right?
Relatively speaking, yeah. Beautiful. I like also, I like that bezel in black. I don't know how pleasing it is to your aesthetic, but because it kind of bleeds into the black dial. I know you like a little bit of a contrast, a little bit of a break between even two shades of the same color. But what do you think about the black on black
Yeah,
expression?
I love it. It's it's black and white basically. Most of the watch. It's a very clean look. This is one that won't, how would you say, be out of fashion very easily. And very modern, unlike, say like the Paul Newman dials, more Art Deco style. This is just, it's very modern. The font is a little futuristic.
Yeah.
It's like one of those 1970s, fonts on the numbers. It's sort of on the subdials. It's
Oh yeah,
a
yeah.
bit
You
more
mean
squared away to be a little bit more, computer like.
so? Would you prefer that or the Art Deco numerals of exotic dial Paul Newman, for example?
Uh, I think I like this. I'm not I'm not someone who spooges over Paul Newman dials. This is cool. This is cool. It sort of represents the time period a little bit. You have to look really close to see what that font is like. Because I mean, in person, this is a small watch, right? This is
It is.
going what 37 millimeters,
Hmm.
maybe
Yep.
36.
Yep. 37 would be, I think, the best way. I mean, people who say the most recent one is 40 would say this is 38, probably. But this is more 37 than 39.
It's funny on my work. We use Slack, and there's a watch group in the Slack,
Uh-huh.
for Slack, and there's a whole bunch of people saying how big the Daytona wears. It's like, what are you talking about? It's like,
I mean,
what's
look,
that, 40 mil? It's 40 mil. I'm like, no, it's not 40 mil. It's 38, guys. And he goes, no, correction, it's 40. I'm like, Okay, all right. I'm gonna have to whip out the calipers.
Uh, Ozzy, your answer to that should be it wears big for a 38 millimeter watch.
Yeah.
Maybe that could be acceptable, but yeah, I mean, look, there's a reason why the Daytona is so almost universally appealing, and that's because it is just perfectly proportioned. This is again a 4-digit 6239 that I tried on at Sotheby's preview for one of their earlier auctions. It's the one they call the Doctor because it has that blue pulsometer at the chapter ring, right? In addition to the tachymeter on the bezel. It's a beautiful
Cool.
watch, and that's, on my skinny wrist, it's just perfect at 37.
I think I have seen this watch in person or one of that era, but I've never asked my AD to take the vintage Daytonas out of the case. I'm not. I can't afford one. I'm not even going to pretend to put one on.
I wasn't pretending. I just came in
Oh
to
no, I know, I know.
their
I
branch and
just
said, like, may I try on some watches? I love these, maybe one day. But yeah, people are helpful. I never had that hold me back, honestly, and I would recommend that to everyone. Actually, it just broadens your world, and I know you are passionate about all sorts of watches, whether they are immediate buys for you or not, or whether you would ever be able to afford one. I'm sure you would get a kick out of wearing a vintage Daytona, even for 15 seconds. It's a nice watch.
it is true. In general, it's more about like my time budget while I'm there, what I'm looking at in the time, what I might be talking about. The what is the only watch that I had to look up really really close that really it wasn't in my wheelhouse. I had no intention of buying was a gold GMT, not a very old one, sort of 2008, something like that, the one with the green dial.
Mm.
That one is, it's just not that common, and it's sort of, it's a modern GMT, but it's not common. It's green, so I felt that was special enough to try to take a peek at before it left the case.
Are there any other watch related topics or anything random that you would like to discuss before we close?
Good question. Someone on my work watch channel posted their wrist check, which not everyone does. It's not a wrist check channel, but every now and then someone puts it on, and they had a Hublot. I just showed it to my wife. I was just like, I'm not obligated to like that. I'm not.
Are you? Is it someone that you have to kiss up to? You have to blow smoke up there behind?
Thankfully not. Thankfully not.
Okay.
Some of the other ones. So it's kind of weird because it's like a work watch thing. So they're not coming in from a specific content creator, like for so it's all sorts in there. So there's one person who's just got just tons of cheap watches. It's the kind of person that Archie would absolutely start hammering on about. Another person was really into. He had made like a watch. He got it made. I can't remember the company, but it is Swiss, and they were able to put the logo of the company on the watch dial, and had it made in like a week, basically. and it's like oh, okay, that's cool. But he's basically undercutting an initiative that the watch group is trying to put together, where we're actually trying to get Tudor to make a Black Bay 58 with our company's mascot on it. And
Your company has a mascot?
Yes. yeah. But only internal people know. It's a mascot for the employees, not for outside. He's a good mascot. He's a good mascot. Um, and but he's basically undercutting the entire initiative to try get a Black Bay 58 with the mascot on it. And he's like, "Hey, look, I got my Swiss watch ready." It's got the mascot on it. It's like, okay, it's kind of cool.
What's the other option if it's not the mascot?
No,
The
it
logo?
definitely will be the mascot. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So why is he trying to undercut it? I don't understand.
Well, he says he can't afford the Black Bay 58,
okay.
but he can afford this other Swiss watch. I think it was put together for like a couple $100.
Okay, that's cool.
It's Look, okay, but
I actually, you know, I think I might just do it, the Black Bay 58 bronze. And I'm actually, if I do it, I will ask from the boutique to have the case back engraved from the factory.
Oh, wow.
I'm sure they won't. I don't want to interrupt that dial anyways. For me, a lot of the attraction of the watch is the 369 dial. So even if they were doing something custom for one watch, I know they don't, but anyways, I wouldn't ask for that. But I know that both Rolex and Tudor, if you can actually order the watch in advance, do case back engraving still. So I might just do that. If I'm getting the Black Bay 58, I want something that is memorable, that has some significance, and that is personalized.
The 58 bronze boutique edition, that's a gorgeous watch. It's such a nice improvement over the previous Black Bay bronze, which didn't come with the bracelet, and you get the T-fit and everything. It's just a little pricey.
Which was also huge, by the way. The Black Bay Heritage bronze, I think that's a big watch. Oh,
yeah.
All right. Well, I'm not going anywhere because we have someone really special emerging from darkness, emerging from his sleep. Professor, are you dressed? Are you decent?
Oh, yes, I am.
Okay. Hello, sir.
Hello.
How are you doing?
My favorite people.
Hey. Cheers. So lovely to see you.
Hey, guys. Ozzy, hello.
Good to see you.
Nice to see you. Wonderful.
Ozzy, the reason I wanted to also double down, Professor, we were talking about the Black Bay 58, and I was saying, since the only customization that Rolex and Tudor do at this point in time to the end customer is an engraved case back, right? And the bronze is also, that's the kind of watch that you can't really easily offload anyways, right? Once you actually wear it for a couple of years, there's no way that you can unload it like anything else. Not that I ever was in the business of flipping my own watches, but it is what it is. So you might as well double down if you're getting that watch and get it personalized, have something meaningful engraved on the case back. And, that would be a great memory for the future.
That's really cool. The official photography for the Black Bay 58 bronze is truly excellent. Normally we see such bland photography for the watches, but on the Black Bay 58, once you get to the actual shots, it's so gorgeous. They've picked like magic hour, of course, we're in twilight, and it's just perfect.
And by the way, I mean, it wears beautifully on the bracelet, on the canvas strap. I had the chance to try it in the boutique. It's truly a very, very unique watch within that line and within everything that Rolex and Tudor produce today, if you ask me. But then again, I have my own preferences that skew towards vintage, toward classical proportions. So it's not a surprise that I like this a little more than a lot of other Rolexes.
Yeah, very cool. Very cool. I've seen the Heritage a few times, and it's just such a distinguished and cool look having that patinaed bronze. It's very, very distinguished. Like there's no, unless you're rocking a true vintage piece, not much will substitute easily for the kind of distinguished sort of look that you get from this after a few months or a year or so.
Yeah, it's a very, very nice piece. Professor, how you been? What are you thinking about today?
I need to finish my stupid book.
A stupid book? Come on, Professor. I'm sure it's good.
After a while, you just want to get rid of it, right? So I am in the acknowledgements section of the book. So, that's the trickiest part of any book. Because
So
if you omit,
acknowledge and be done with it. Come on.
yeah, but it's very political. You need to acknowledge everybody, but you need to make sure that you don't acknowledge the wrong people, and you might omit certain people, and it's very political. And anyway, this is what here doctor has to do. You mentioned the word doctor, and I woke up. You were
The good doctor.
The Daytona, the doctor Daytona.
Yeah, doctor's watch. But sorry about that, Professor. Not your kind of doctor. This is a watch for doctors who actually heal people. I don't think you have healing powers. I mean, you're a great person and all, but
I heal mentally. I try to heal mentally. I try to heal the this crazy prime minister of this United Kingdom, but I think she is beyond help. I think by Friday she will be out of office, or Saturday.
That soon?
Yes, I hope so. She's destroying the country, completely inept.
We barely got to know her. I wish it did a little longer.
No, I barely didn't get to know her.
I don't know. Look, I mean, I wanna have a. Can she stay a little longer? I want to have a trip to the UK soon, and I still want
to
our
buy
strong dollar. But not to buy watches, but maybe some other things.
She was planning to take out the 20% VAT on the exemption on foreigners. She was going to exempt foreigners for VAT because that was the case pre-2020, and a lot of people were happy, especially the watchmakers, the watch sellers. Sorry, and
they removed the VAT.
Yeah,
for tourists.
The VAT refund. They removed it for what? Why would they remove it?
Because they're stupid. The previous one removed it. The previous idiot, Johnson, removed it in January 2020, and this one decided that it's actually a good idea to put it back on the incentive to have this VAT for tourists taken off, because you remember, if you buy a luxury good or any good, you could go to the airport and get a refund for the VAT you paid. Usually you don't get the 20% because it's also partially a scam between these VAT providers. So the scammers would get 8% or so, and you would eventually get the 12% refund. I've done it, and so I know it very well.
I love your general love for fellow human beings, and just this elan vital that's runs through. I mean, they're just taking a commission because they're playing the intermediary.
Exactly. Middlemen all over the world.
I remember doing that VAT thing because I purchased my wife's engagement ring in the weeks prior to leaving London, and I was able to get something like £1,500 back. It was a good program.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, look, it's like the old biblical story, right? When you lose the penny to only find it again, it's worth so much more. So when you make a purchase at full amount on your credit card, but they prepare the documents for you so you can actually get at least some of it back, if not the full 20%. It just feels better. And people calculate these things. I do appreciate that.
No,
and
I got a good
it
deal
makes a
on the
difference.
ring,
It makes a difference.
No, it does.
I was all up and down Hatton Garden finding which jeweler would give me the a right
price.
deal on a GIA certified 1 carat.
No, it's good money, guys, because if you pay, let's say, 30,000, 10,000, 20,000, and that's 12% goes right back into your pocket. That's a lot of money, right? It's worth the ticket if you fly in to get the thing, and a good restaurant or something. But it's money. So the last idiot we have, this one, the current idiot, decided with her inept chancellor, or AKA Minister of Finance, or Secretary of the Treasury, as you call them in the US, the inept journalist who resigned as a chancellor. Actually, he was fired. And by the way, if you look at the letters, they confuse the letters of where he signs and when she signs, the prime minister. It's just a charade, guys. I mean, the blind are leading the blind in this country. And of course, on top of it, just to finish with the creme de la creme, so you get it all from Professor Doctor here.
Oh la la.
The creme de la creme of this United Kingdom is that the idiots decided to get out of the EU. And I refer to
no comment.
Idiots.
No
Yes,
comment. I love my pro-Brexit audience, just so you guys know.
The pro-Brexit. Okay, good luck on them, because it's costing them every year 90 billion pounds. So when they go to Spain to vacation in Portugal, these pro-Brexiteers are going to be feeling it now. And if they continue on the same pace, good luck on the idiots. But it's really making a big difference on trade and the way the country is presenting itself.
But Professor, we were gonna make so attractive special trade deals between the United Kingdom and our fellow countries.
Yes, and your United States, but it never came to that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
unfortunately, Lord,
you do realize, by the way, Professor, I want to put a fine point on this, just so you know, the company you are keeping, you are against two Americans here. Aussie has recently made it. Finally, he's actually one of us. He's a true Aussie expat now. He's an American Aussie expat. But
I'm not saying anything against America.
No, I mean, for future reference, just so you know, we'll corner. Us Americans, we are kind of aggressive and we can be a little chauvinistic. It's possible.
No, I love America. Are you crazy? I love America. I'm the product of America. I was educated in America. I mean, if there was a place I could live, it's America.
Yippee-ki-yay. Yes.
No, it's great. It gives you a lot of opportunities, guys, and it's the only real economy. All the other economies are Mickey Mouse. Yeah, I know you're laughing, but it's the real thing. This is where America is a great economy, and I'm an economist. I can tell you that for sure. The only true stock market is the American stock market. Everything else is pure bullshit. I tell you that. They're all copying the American. Now, America has a lot of problems, yes, but where is the biggest watch market for Rolex? America. It's not China. It's America.
Still.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Look at the problems of China today. They don't know what hit them. They have a property crisis. They have a decision crisis. They have a stock market crisis. I mean, they got it all.
Look, Professor, the whole thing they advertise under the name of democracy. Now we can talk about democracy as an ideal, as a practice, as a philosophical doctrine, even extending all the way back to ancient Greece. But really what they're looking for is economic stability. And for that kind of regime, of course, you usually look to the US. There's a reason that those metrics have US as the zero, as the gold standard, right? So there's something to be said about that. Mr. P says, hello everyone, El Profesor and Aussie especially. Mamba says, what type of book is El Profesor writing? Luxury watch economics? Oh, that's an idea, Professor. Not many research papers about Veblen good markets has potential to get published at top-tier journals such as QJE, AER, JPE, etc. Thank you, Mamba.
Okay, Mamba, I like him. I like Mamba. Oh, I also get confused, by the way. Don't start me with this he, she, he, her, he, him, and she. This thing, these titles that they put at the end, I get really confused. But that's the other thing that got me yesterday. Anyway, Mamba, I love Mamba because Mamba is very smart, and I like Mamba. Mamba a week ago or maybe 10 days ago said something else also, which I remember, and Mamba is on the very positive good books of mine. And also Curly. There is a Curly, right? There was a Curly before.
Curly Q, yeah.
I really like Curly. This Curly
those
is fantastic.
Those are all great people. Curly actually today made the only super chat, which I truly appreciate. Thank you, Curly. Too.
I like Curly. So Mamba is hitting on something. This book is not about luxury watches, but my publisher I did offer an idea about this, similar to Mamba, and besides the fact they think that I'm crazy, they love the idea.
But there's an interest in that book, apparently, as Mamba literally asked for it, at least in the form of an article, which is encouraging, no?
Yes, it is. I think I have been thinking for long that there has to be a book about this, and I proposed the idea, and the publisher was quite positive about the idea of a book about the industry, that has a particular angle, which will be of interest to a very wide audience, and the publisher is excellent. My current book, Mamba, just not to bore you to death, it's about a country. It's the future economy of the most important energy producer today in the world. It's about their future and their economic prospects in the 21st century. So it's a lengthy book. I have to do it for my academic standing and so forth. But so it has been going on since 2018, and now I'm just finishing this. When you're at the end and you call your own book stupid, it means you need to get rid of it and just
stop the presses. Stop the presses. Yeah. This is literally the first super chat I got in shekels. It's a holy message. These are these. Good morning from the Holy Land. Good morning to you too, my friend. Great panel.
That's
Love
another
you.
good,
Jump on.
Good man. Another
Jump
good
on,
man there.
And Mr. P, $4.99. It's a super sticker with a lovely little cat giving us thumbs up and patting us on the back for a good job. Well done. Thank you, guys. Give us the thumbs up as well if you can. I love it. Love it. It's a revelation, It's a revelation. Sorry, Prophet. I got too excited. This is I got other super chats before, but in shekels, this is the first time, so it's always important.
Yeah, no, and that economy is very close to this country. Oh, okay. There's another one. Another wonderful person.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, Mookie. $10. Thank you. I support you and the professor's resistance to the woke culture disaster. Hey, man. I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. We love everyone. That shouldn't.
We love everyone.
I do,
you know.
but
Yeah.
like literally in a professional setting, in a meeting, if someone walked in with literally a clown suit on, colored hair and oversized shoes and funny clothes, and you're the one whose job is on the line for what happens next, it's crazy, right? That's literally crazy. You laugh at the clown and it's like, oh.
There's a reason.
Goodbye, John.
There's a reason that clowns scare some people, I guess. Make of that what you will. Some people have phobia against clowns.
Yeah,
if you can translate that in your mind, I'm sure you understand what I mean. But Professor, yes, that's actually a very interesting book, and I understand. When you take too much time with a piece of writing or with anything that you're working on for an extended period of time, you might start to hate it.
Lose it.
And I'm sure once you let it go, by the time it comes back to you as a material object in this world in its beautiful cover, I'm sure you'll breathe a sigh of relief, and you will think like, there's some good prose in this. There's some good writing in this, some insight. I'm sure you'll be pleased by yourself.
Yeah, well, we live in a generation where people don't read a lot and people don't write a lot, but that's where we are. And it's okay. I'm doing something very antiquated, very old thing, but I need to do it. And it's a good way also to improve your thinking. But that's what we do. But anyway, I went to a dinner.
How about we share what we are reading? I don't write books. I do read them. I'm currently reading Salman Rushdie's Satanic Verses.
Oh my goodness!
That's a
very
great
lyrical book.
Very misunderstood, I think, to say the least. And in a way, very, very underrated, Ozzy, because at the time it created the controversy. People were talking a lot about the book, but I don't think many people were actually reading the book and appreciating the nuanced literary work that it is. Salman Rushdie is a great writer. One of the best,
I'm getting
best
that right
novelists
from the beginning.
in his generation.
It's very special.
Midnight's Children is another great one by Rushdie, just to put it out there. But please tell us more about it. Yeah.
You've got all the time in the world to read it, unlike a lot of other really great books, because they're impending to be made into a movie, and you'll end up watching the movie and spoiling the book before you finish it. It won't happen with Satanic Verses. Trust me.
Unfortunately not, especially after the most recent developments. I would, if Salman Rushdie was that kind of person, I would say God bless him, but he doesn't even need that. But my love is with him. One of the greatest novelists of all time, certainly the greatest novelist of his generation, if you ask me. Yeah, I love the guy. Midnight's Children is my favorite by him, but the Satanic Verses is a great book. And unfortunately, within that turmoil, people who should have read it too have missed out on it in a way. So we should certainly highlight it.
I think I agree with the comment made. Let me see who's the comment. Who is the comment is coming from? Fat Wind Bag Ben. Okay, that's a very difficult name. Fat Wind Bag Ben. All right. How do they come up with these names? I mean, mine was very easy. In fact, my son picked it up. And I said, okay, I'll go with my little son, El Profesor. But he's right. The recession is biting the UK. We're still at the beginning of this, and we still have a year ahead of us, difficult times. And I think the politics is not helping for sure. I I was at a dinner um, yesterday. I was at the dinner, and funny enough, it was kind of a very formal dinner where people go to these London clubs. So you have to be a member, and it's only for men. Women are not allowed. Okay. Um, so we had to do this thing. It was an official dinner, and they one of them said they were all taking turns, and they spoke, and then suddenly the head of the table said something, and then he said, "Now we'll give the floor to El Profesor." Oh my God. I said, why are you referring me to as El Profesor? This is like my YouTube name. He
Oh
said,
wait, they actually, you weren't trying to hide your name. They actually called you El Profesor?
yes. They called me a professor because the big guy there said to me, I watched you on YouTube.
That's insane. What can I say one more thing? By the way, a lot of times, and this is why, Ozzy came and we extended the show, but once we went over something, I said, let's go on because you will come in. As it happens, whenever I open the live, the first 10 messages, there will be at least one person, if not two. Where is El Profesor? Please don't close the live early today so we can see El So you have your fans here, but I didn't realize you had fans
I
in your
didn't know.
character in real life. That's great.
And it came from a very, he's a respected person. He's a watch guy. And he
You're
said to me,
surprised. You're surprised that respected people watch this channel, Professor. Is that what
I,
you're
I,
saying?
I never thought that somebody of his kind of thing. And he said, El Professor, the floor is yours. Please talk about something, even watches. And I go, oh my God, this is like, oh, this is very embarrassing now. And actually, I started talking about the watches that everybody wears around the table. And they found it a very amazing discussion. The guy next to me on my left, a very prominent lawyer, he was wearing a no-date Submariner. So I said, you're wearing a no-date Submariner. And he said, yes, this is the first watch I got with my first real money. I was really, I was, and then the guy on my right, um, he's a big American guy, consultant. He was wearing an IWC, um, and I could see that it's an IWC, couldn't distinguish too much. So he started talking about his stuff, and then there were a couple wearing two Aquanauts. So I had a field trip with them because it was a meeting about doing something concerning scholarships for students. The fact is that as this country is getting into a difficult, next few years, we need to increase the scholarship. We need
So
to help
do you think
donations.
people who wear Aquanauts ought to pay more to fund
Yes,
scholarship than the one who wears a no date sub?
exactly. So I picked up on these two, and I said, and by the way, before leaving, you can give your watches up for this charity event, and we can start a scholarship fund because your watch is worth 120 and wifey watch is 110. So we can start with that. And they looked at me, kind of very surprised and, semi embarrassed. And, El Professor doesn't hold back, right? I will tell them, I will call them spade to spade because this is an event. This was an event to help students, kids get educated, right? And I said to them, by the way, you're not escaping from this because you guys around here, altogether, you're worth probably 10 billion. And there were very, very big people inside there, very big people. The guy next to me, probably he's worth at least five. The IWC guy, um, all around the table. I think it's more than 10 billion. So I did say, the two the Aquanaut couple, plus you need to change the rubber because, Patek Philippe doesn't make good rubbers. So you need to change the rubber. Probably they'll rip you off. You have to pay 3,000 just for the rubber, but you're depositing the watches here. They looked at me in awe. Oh my God, what is this guy telling us? They were a bit embarrassed, and then they said, "No, we do understand the point." I said, "All of you are very well endowed. You need to help people now, students, young
Professor,
people."
just to again try to get something for myself here. I hope, we have bashed Patek quite a bit on this channel. At least I hope that gets us in good graces with Rolex.
Did I say anything bad about Rolex? I never say anything bad about Rolex.
That's what I mean. Because we are alienating, Patek and Patek owners. So, at least I hope that's getting us brownie points by Rolex or by some other brand.
All the others, I think, except even Patek. Well, I didn't say anything bad about Patek. Just 5811 is just garbage. They can keep it.
No, I agree. I think this phenomenon with Patek is really interesting, and I'll make a little video tomorrow about this, about the new releases in particular, which I think there are one or two very nice releases. Of course, as always, very expensive. You want to buy a house or get a Patek. You want to reverse your mortgage to get a Patek. I don't know. But ultimately, that's the problem, right? The 5811 took all the spotlight, even though it's nothing new, and possibly it's something bad. I mean, look, a lot of us haven't seen the watch in person yet, and the proportions have grown. And when you saw the pictures next to it, well proportioned, of 5711 and 5811, 5811 looks like an Aquanaut. Like in the way that it's more oval and elongated vertically. I'll bring up one of these juxtapositions from. So to me, it looks like it's a little off, honestly. But I haven't seen it in person, so I can't pass final judgment on it.
I'd love to see that comparison if you find it.
I'm trying to dig it up. I'll be with you shortly, but you guys go ahead while I do that.
I asked the couple that had the Aquanaut. I said, guys, we had a conversation. I said, sorry if I offended you. They said, no, we love it. Actually, it's nice to know that somebody knows watches. I said, how did you came about buying these two pieces? I mean, it matches. It's his and hers type of Aquanaut. He said, well, I was in Geneva, like Ozzy. I lived in Geneva, and he was a big trader, in one of the big trading houses. And Geneva has some very big offices there for these trading houses. And, I walked 10 years ago into the Patek Philippe boutique, and we got two of them. My wife got one, and I got one. And I never thought, the guy said to me, that a few years later, these watches will be 120 or 140,000 pounds worth. And we feel actually embarrassed in some ways. He said to me, we're not going to throw them away or sell them, but we feel embarrassed that they are so expensive. And people who know look at us and say, what are you doing on your wrist wearing such a expensive piece? And we're not the wealthiest in the crowd.
I will give you, I'll give you this, by the way. The Ringo Starr had a whole auction, a whole sale of his professional items, personal items, I should say, at Julian's auction house in Los Angeles. And one of the pieces that went there was a Patek Perpetual Calendar that he bought from Asprey's. And he got an Aquanaut to himself after that sale. So he basically sold a lot of his possessions and, in his mind, downgraded to the Aquanaut. I wonder how he feels now, for example. Here's a super chat from Count Super Chatola, 199. Good evening. I'm going to get a bite to drink. feel free to feast on any one of us here. Thank you for that super chat.
I like the fact that they've given the text a little bit of a platform instead of having it sort of like balance beam on top of one of the flats. That I like a lot. The date window, I would have to see that in person, but I'm inclined to say I prefer the cutout rather than the framed date. Otherwise, there's very subtle changes. The cutout for the crown is very subtle, but certainly different. Better, I don't know. It's cut straight instead of on a curve now, it looks like. Yeah. What were you saying, Lord?
I was saying simply that as you can see, this okay. I will say the worst first. 5811. I know it's in white gold and whatever, but it really looks like an homage watch to 5711, like the version you would buy, at a department store or something. And to me, actually, the framing of that date is integral to it, right? It's like, it should be just a little more over the top. Let's make the font bigger so our name appears bigger and we feel more important about ourselves. It just feels off. But to me, the actual visual problem is that the dial looks too elliptical. The entire thing looks a little extended by that 41, that 1 millimeter supposedly expansion. Again, it's something that I would need to see in person to really judge, and ideally next to a 3700 or a 5711. But yeah, to me, it's not right. It's really not right. The center links seem to have changed in proportion and design as well. I find them too boxy. But I'm just nitpicking at this point. To me, just the enlargement of the case was entirely unnecessary. And I know they wanted to make a difference. Why not make it 1 millimeter smaller then? I know they wanted to come up with something different for the next generation, by all means, but why not make something smaller?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm never gonna be on board with somehow making the watches larger. To some people it feels heftier, it feels more modern. To me, it seems more toyish. It seems like an homage to the actual thing. It feels like a toy version of the real thing rather than, the real deal.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not feeling this one.
They can keep it.
Fat Windback Ben. Love the prof and the way he tells the story. Thank you so much, Fats. Thank you.
Thank you. They can keep their watches. Yes. They can sell it to Russian oligarchs.
We love Russians. We love Russians. No.
Yes, Russians we do. Oligarchs, no.
All right. I have to bow out. I've got an early morning tomorrow and a late night tomorrow. It's my mum's birthday. I'm taking her out to see Cirque du Soleil, so it'll be a longer evening for me.
Nice. All right.
Fucking expensive. I just had to pay the tickets. I'm like, holy crap. But honestly, I asked my wife, so she saw at the Bellagio 10 years ago, I think. Yeah, but almost exactly 10 years ago. And I think she paid like $160 per ticket. So I'm paying about that. So they really haven't been jacking up the price compared to 10 years ago. But still, it hurts. It hurts.
Yeah, I can imagine.
But you only have one mom.
It's true. It's her birthday. She deserves it. She isn't always in America when it's her birthday. So yeah, make the most of it. All right, thank you. Nice to see you again, El Professor, and everyone in chat.
And thank you, Trooper, for sending your love to Aussie Expat as well.
Thank you.
I'll see you soon, Aussie. And it's it's back to the two of us again, Professor.
Well, okay, back again. He left. Once I said Russian, he left.
No, that wasn't it.
No,
that wasn't
no.
Even though, again, we don't condone Russophobia on this platform, but anyway, it's
no, lovely people.
I remember, by the way, I was calling a boxing fight a little while ago, and there was a fighter of Russian origin who was fighting under the Canadian flag, and I happened to wear one of his shirts that had the Russian flag, and someone messaged me for saying, how dare you wear something with a Russian flag? And I'm like, so what? Russia is a country, it's not, and it wasn't just invented when Putin came at the helm, right? It will be there after Putin has left as well. Not that we are hoping for anything, but it is what it is. We love everybody here. So that's an interesting story that you shared, that Professor. I'm glad you called out the Patek owners so that they reach deeper into their pockets.
Yes, I mean, that's the liability of wearing a Patek.
In the next meeting, everyone will be wearing their swatches, I can assure you.
I think so. Yeah, that's a liability. Yeah. Well, I had a cheat sheet and I could see who was who. So had they worn their little swatches, I would still be able to ascertain. But it's quite telling. And the guy said to me, we feel embarrassed that these particular watches, we never bought them with the intention in mind to show people that, we either have money or these are expensive watches and we can afford them. These guys are very, very wealthy. For them, buying a watch of this kind is a drop in the ocean. It's like for me buying a lollipop, right? For these billionaires, buying 30,000, 40,000 pounds watches, lollipop money, right? So, but it's the stigma, it's the social thing, you get recognized that you're wearing one. And a lot of wealthy people in my career do not want to display their opulence or signs of their wealth. Many people get it wrong that no, rich people do want to show their richness. Look at my house, my boat, my plane. And in fact, one gentleman who did come to that dinner flew from the US on his private plane. But he didn't say so. I know that he does have a private plane, a very expensive one, around $65 to $70 million worth, because he flies twice a month from the US with his plane to the UK. He didn't say anything that he just said, oh, I had a long flight. So wealthy people don't want to display a lot their wealth. So that's another thing. But these two, yes, they felt embarrassed and they said, we'll contribute to the fund.
Good. I'm glad you could embarrass them into doing that. This was the Patek Perpetual Calendar that I was talking about that Ringo presumably acquired from Aspreys of London in a bygone time. It's a 3448J. And when it was auctioned off at Julian's in 2015, it was still on that Asprey London leather band. and that was 2015. And since then, we have seen the two Beatles right here, like your lovely couple, both wearing Aquanauts. Paul McCartney and Ringo Starr.
Yeah.
And that's the one he sold. So that was at least in 2015, that was a downgrade for him. And I'm pretty sure now his Aquanaut probably would sell for a little more than that Perpetual Calendar.
Yeah.
Oh, Bruce G posted something interesting apparently in the Discord. Do you mean which Discord do you mean? Do you mean? Oh, yes. Ooh. There's a letter by Jean-Frédéric Dufour that was leaked. Are we allowed to show this or not?
Concerning?
Federal Council decision on gas shortages.
So they cannot produce watches now. Oh, okay, great.
I don't know. We didn't say that, but there's a letter. Do you want me to at least read from the letter?
No, post it. Just posted a letter from Rolex.
Okay, it's let's read it. It's a letter leaked from Rolex that carries, at least apparently, the signature, the letterhead of the CEO of the company, Jean-Frédéric Dufour. Let's see. It says, letter to authorized dealers, clients, group members, and staff. Very interesting grouping. I don't even know. It ends with his signature, dated October 17th. A Federal Council decision on gas shortages and cut in gas consumption. The energy crisis in Europe is a difficult time for everyone. Our factories will start working at half capacity effective immediately. I skipped quite a bit. As a consequence, all production starting October 2022 to March 2023 will be delayed approximately by 4 to 6 months. It's during times like these, it reads like a wartime decision. It's during times like these that we must remain united, cooperative, and understanding of each other. And apparently, Rolex SA has taken the initiative to volunteer in cutting its gas consumption primarily from the heating of our factories by almost half. As recommended by the Swiss government, we will aim to cut consumption in the winter months from October 2022 to end of March 2023. So, guys, we have said before that getting watches, maybe at least certain watches, had become easier from Rolex. I guess no longer, since the production is going to be cut in half.
Back again. If they cut 50%, they said 50% production cut.
They did.
That's even worse than the COVID one.
It really is, right?
Because COVID was about 20%, I can tell you that.
I was guessing more like 30, but yeah, that's even more conservative, less than what I expected. Wow.
Yeah, it was about 2022, depending on the... Yeah, and it didn't last for long, the COVID one. It wasn't that long. This one, 50%, that's 550,000 watches off the market.
Bruce G says, how do you feel about Putin now? And I'm responding to this. First of all, thank you for sharing.
That's a good question, Bruce. Excellent. Yes.
I don't feel anything. I'm numb. That's how I feel.
Man.
I'm Switzerland in this, Professor. You understand? I'm Switzerland in this. I love Russia.
Yeah.
I love Ukraine. I love everybody.
Which
Like
means
Mike
that
the Snake.
if Rolex produces 500,000 less, I mean their income. I don't know, Lord. This sounds a bit too much. Their income will decline by 50%. I mean that's 4 billion Swiss francs. If
Mhm.
everybody else in the industry does the same, I mean, I find this exaggerated, and I'm not sure this is a genuine letter.
We don't know, but
Yeah.
it's out there, and the fact I've shared with you some videos from the video department from Neue Zürcher Zeitung, which is the
Yes.
Zurich-based German language newspaper, the most prominent German
Yes.
language
Yes. Yes.
newspaper in Switzerland, and also one of the most prominent German language newspapers all over the place. Um, and they had pages and videos and everything about how important this is, how
Mm.
serious this is. And even if it doesn't affect all the cantons in the same way, it just adds up to a lot of difficulty for winter, even if you just think about the heating of households. So when it comes to manufacturing facilities, you're dealing with a lot of other variables that can make it quite difficult to sustain the same levels of production. So even if the letter is fictional, and again, we can't vouch for its veracity, um, it's not out of the question that something like this might happen.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, as you say, Lord, the gray market will have a field trip now.
No, that's what Fats said. Let's not take credit for that. Fats says
Fats.
gray market will be loving this. And
Yes,
Bruce
yes.
G says, good to see Fats here. And I
Yeah.
completely agree. I've noticed I haven't seen him around the streams as of late. Yeah, nice to have
Yeah,
him
I
on
think
board.
Fats is completely right. The issue here is that, yeah, they would love it. Authorized dealers would love it because then they will get around this issue of, oh, the queue is long, the waiting list. We don't have any watches. No, they're producing fewer watches. We're not getting anything. Oh, you want this watch? Forget it. Go to
Okay,
2026.
here's my question, Professor. Does Dufour sign actually in green ink? Is Rolex that crazy about their corporate
No.
color, proprietary color?
No, because you can see, so that's a very easy way to confirm this. Open one of those booklets that has the Rolex magazine.
Mhm.
He always signs. So
In green?
no, look at the color of the ink, right?
Let's see.
So there has to be consistency. If you look at the magazine, you will see, first of all, the signature, they can lift it from there, right? And do their own thing. And secondly, he doesn't write to authorized dealers. And doesn't the authorized dealer doesn't receive such a letter. In the UK, he doesn't write a letter to the authorized dealers. It's actually the CEO of UK Rolex that talks to the folks here, right? To the authorized dealers in the UK. So, in such a letter of, as you said, a warlike letter, 50% of the production is massive. It's massive. It's massive. The Swiss, being Swiss, they must have thought of prioritizing who gets gas, what, and all of that. And Rolex is a very efficient company.
Mhm.
What are they going to do with 50% production cut? I mean, everybody goes home and sits around. No, I think again, I don't want to vouch for the quality of the originality of the letter, but a 50% decline to me sounds really massive. And if they do 50%, I mean, what do the others do? They'll have to do another 50 as well. What does Swatch do? 50% decline? We haven't seen this. We have never seen this. We have never seen this. So I don't buy this. I mean, this is wait and see for a few days, and maybe Rolex might announce something. Again, yes, it could be true. You know, I'm not sitting at the head office writing the essays of Mr. Dufour. But compare the two, there is no signature in green.
No, but the fact that it's the same signature but in green is an interesting
You can
detail.
lift it. You can lift it. You can take it from one of the magazines. They also have, so publicly his signature has appeared here and there.
Of course. I mean, I'm sure it's not his real.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not his real, like, you know, legal signature anyways. It's you know, it's the one that he uses as an autograph, so to speak. So that's that.
But let's look at it from a different perspective. I mean, just from an economics perspective, finance, a 50% decline is a massive decline. No company in the world has announced, you know, 50% cut in production. Yes, you know, there is a supply chain issue, and the Swiss watch industry overcame that. And we do have a gas issue all over Europe, but 50%, you know, it's. I'm not so sure about the common sense of this number.
Honestly, again, you know, it's a supposedly leaked document. I don't know the origins of it. I can't vouch again for its veracity, but a cut in production doesn't seem unreasonable or improbable to me. But like you said, on the other hand, 50 seems quite severe and much higher than, like, almost twice as much as the production cut down that we have experienced during COVID. So,
and these are not buildings, by the way, that Rolex has in the middle of the Alps. These are very well insulated buildings. They're not sitting in some, you know, chalet on top of mountain, I don't know what, which is 2,000 meters. I mean, it's flat territory, very well insulated. Heating should not be a huge consumption factor, right? But 50% sounds completely outrageous, you know, and they wouldn't announce it like this. I don't know, you know, I don't want to go and look ridiculous, but they wouldn't announce such a thing themselves. During the supply crisis, the reduction declined by, you know, as I said, around 20%. A little bit higher than 20%. So, you know, and this was a real issue with, you didn't have watchmakers, you had people who had COVID, you had supply issues, you had all kinds of issues, you know. So I'm not sure. I don't know.
Bruce G is joking about the whole in-house shtick. Oh, the professor, he'll join back. I think he just logged himself out there. A watch isn't in-house if they don't generate their own electricity, right? Rolex should have its own power plant, just like they have their own foundry and they make everything in-house. Oh, there you are. You're back. Yeah, you logged yourself out there?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I pressed the wrong thing.
It happens. It happens.
Clumsy professor.
It's okay. I mean, look, it's this is a moment for you. You know that you are now a YouTube star who is recognized in the real world as well. It's
oh my God, yes.
It's the next step. Something else.
Oh God, yeah. God forbid, star. But yeah, in-house movement. Yeah, that's another. Yeah.
I've been, by the way, I've been just to change tracks a little bit, since they're owned by the Schäufele family, the Chopard boutique in South Coast Plaza invited me to an event where they will present Ferdinand de Berthoud watches.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm intrigued. I always like, this channel is very much interested and invested in doing something unpredictable, going out and exploring different kinds of brands and not just Rolex and Patek, even though both in the watches that I've presented as part of the auction and our conversation revolved around these two brands. I like changing things up and doing something different. So next week, I'm actually going to a presentation of Berthoud.
Oh, nice.
So it should be interesting. It's not a brand that I've ever got into direct contact with. I'm very interested in finally seeing their watches in person. They are presenting, I think, some new models. And it's a brand, I think, that doesn't really make more than 600 watches a year. Oh, even less, apparently, less than 100. Right, so these are some examples. Let me pull up.
It will be good to have. I don't know if Swiss is watching, but it will be good to have his opinion, as he is Swiss, and if he has, because you can only know these things if, for instance, you know what is the gas situation.
Oh, you mean you're still at Rolex?
Yeah, I'm still at Rolex. Yeah, because they will have a field trip. Everyone today and tomorrow, all these channels pontificating inside information. They talk to the Pope,
Right.
type of thing, and they will try to, forecast. Oh, what will mean this and what will mean that, and of course, everything, as Fats says, is going to have a wave effect with gray marketeers, and then the odd authorized dealer will say, oh my God, there is this letter.
Yeah, again, because of the contents of the letter, I'm sure the gray marketeers especially are going to have a field day with it. Oh, this is an interesting little piece. Kind of like it. Okay.
Yeah.
I think I'm in for a treat next Tuesday.
Yeah. Oh, it looks very nice.
Yeah, great aesthetic, first and foremost. I mean, it's also something different. It's not just another independent watchmaker that's trying to sell three-handers at $775,000 because it's high horology. So I look forward to seeing these and actually experiencing
so
them.
I'm looking at the
person.
Swiss government here, and it says they're doing voluntary conservation. They have asked for voluntary campaigns to urge consumers to conserve energy voluntarily.
That's exactly what the letter said, but that can mean two things. Either it's true, or it's just someone who is informed, who reads the news enough to make something like this up and present it as believable,
no, I think it's
credible
fake.
information.
I think it's fake, Lord. And I'll tell you.
I believe you.
I think it's fake because they wouldn't go out on a limb and make such a huge announcement. The other thing is that in Switzerland, for those who don't know, I have a lot of friends. They're talking about a very mild winter, or at least more mild than before.
Mm-hmm.
So for them to go out in October and everybody says it's a mild winter, they look a little bit too out there, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, look, by all means. Again, I'm just playing the devil's advocate next to you.
Yeah.
You know that the more you say it's not true, the more I'll find ways to say it might be true, because this will be my last argument in the defense of that letter. After that, I let it go. If there's any watch manufacturer that can afford to make this as a goodwill gesture to their government, Switzerland, that's Rolex. Anyone else cannot afford it, whether they're a family company, whether they're publicly traded. They have just too many stakeholders to go on and say, yeah, we'll participate in the government's encouragement of a voluntary cut down on our gas expenses. Patek can't do that. Audemars can do that. No one, Swatch Group can't do that. Rolex can. If there's one company that can afford to do something like that, it's Rolex. But I don't know if they would.
But you know, it's not as big in the consumption. I'll tell you, there are Nestle is very big in Switzerland, so they have a factory. I mean, their consumption of gas would be much higher than Rolex. I mean, there are other industries that should have announced similar cuts or big cuts that would then migrate into the Swiss watch industry is not a huge consumer of energy.
Now here's the important question, and for me it's an easy question to answer. Could you do your wristwatch or milk chocolate? What can you give up first?
Well, I don't know. Milk chocolate or wristwatch. I mean, both of them from an industry, from a country perspective, are very important.
I'm vegan, so I choose my wristwatch. I can starve, but have a wristwatch on my wrist, and I'll be just fine. So
yeah, I mean, look,
Nestle's whatever.
You make a point. I mean,
whether it's a good point, is an open question. But yes, it was a point.
Yeah, you make a point. But there are bigger consumers of energy. I mean, you have just alone the financial sector in Switzerland is employing, I don't know, 100,000 people. So Rolex is employing 2,000. Just the traders floor for the Swiss banks is more than 2,000. You know.
But yeah, as I said, Professor, I'm just trying to be the devil's advocate. So
yeah, I know.
Chances are that's a purely fictional letter. But if it isn't, there are ways where it can be credible, but not really reasonable, even if it is actually something they are mulling over. You know, it's a huge decision, like you said. It seems too severe, too soon, maybe, because I think it will get worse as the winter really sets in. In October, we're not feeling it yet. Well, I mean, in Europe, they are not feeling it, I should say it. Mookie says there's a lone gray marketeer out there with the macro knowledge and adeptness to concoct this story for the betterment of themselves and the flipper industry. The rest of
he's right. Of course.
It's possible.
He's right.
It's very, very possible. Hey, sometimes Occam's razor, right? Like Fat said, this is something that the gray market will benefit a lot from in terms of the publicity it would generate. And hey, if they are to benefit from it, and if it's false, who would have generated it? The gray marketeers. It's sometimes too easy to figure out.
You know, I'm looking at the largest companies by revenue in Switzerland. Okay, and the employees they have. Now, of course, mind you, they're not all in Switzerland because many of them are global companies. But I'm looking at number one, you know, Glencore, 158,000 employees. Vitol, Geneva, 5,400 employees. Trafigura, 4,000 employees. You know, and it goes down. Nestle, right? The chocolate, 308,000 employees.
Well, Nestle is, of course, more than chocolate, but I was trying to be funny.
Yeah.
I felt miserably as always.
Roche, which is Basel-based, it's the pharmaceutical company.
Big Pharma. Big Pharma.
Big Pharma. Novartis, 90,000 employees. ABB in Zurich, 140,000 employees. I mean, Rolex is like, it doesn't even make it. It doesn't even make it. So if they cut down 50%, what are these guys who are Titanic, right? I mean, here makes it, okay, number 79, it's public information, Omega, 2,000 employees. They're number 79 on the Swiss list.
Omega has 2,000 employees?
Yeah, that's what it says.
Oh my God. For sure, they're making most of their stuff in China then. There's no way they can produce that many watches with 2,000 employees.
That's another revelation. Yeah, it says here 2,000 employees.
Oh my God. Omega, you have been found out. Swatch Group.
Swatch Group, made in China.
Assembled. Well, you know the iPhone and a lot of the Apple products say behind them designed in California.
That's right.
So maybe in 10 years, when they're honest enough, they will say made in China, designed in Biel-Bien, you know, in Switzerland.
Yeah. So you have so many bigger companies, you know, that have 40, 50, 60,000 people. And then we haven't talked about the banks. These are just industries in Switzerland, you know, manufacturing. The Swiss watch, in terms of employees and footprint, I mean, it's nothing compared to these huge companies. You know, so even the supermarket retailers should be announcing, you know, cut downs. I mean, for instance, you have the supermarket chain, Migros in Switzerland. I'm sure you know it.
Of course,
they're employing like 60,000 people. So these guys should immediately go home. You know. So whoever wrote this letter, very good attempt. We're not stupid in this channel.
I don't know. I'm kind of stupid sometimes.
No, you're not stupid. Come on. And the people who are watching, you see the comments. I really like these comments. People are smart. These comments are very well founded.
This is really funny. Mookie says, one thing is for certain, wherever they're making Omegas, Loctite is in abundance. The rivers are flowing with Loctite.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, guys, we're wrapping up the discussion. Last 5 minutes. If you want to squeeze in a question, feel free to do that via Super Chat. We'll be wrapping up our broadcast for tonight. I thank you all. Thank you for your support and presence. Hit the like button if you're on your way out. Subscribe. I'm here every day. I might take tomorrow off, but I will still try to be with you with some other kind of content if I do that. In either case, it was wonderful to have you all. Thank you all for your super chats, for your comments, for your questions, for your suggestions. Thank you, Bruce G, for sharing that document.
Thank you. Thank you.
Whatever its provenance or whatever its validity and veracity is, we will find out in the coming days and weeks. And thank you, Ozzy and El Professor, for joining me today on the panel. It's always a great joy to have you guys on board.
Yeah. No, thank you. Thank you to the comments. I just, on the same list, I found the Crown, they're on list on number 51 in terms of employees. So they're officially at 6,000, 5,800. So I make it 6, round it up. They're number 51 in terms of employee numbers in the Swiss manufacturing world. One notch above is Swiss Airlines. Swiss Airlines with 6,000 employees. 6,000.
They used to be pretty good. I haven't flown with Swiss for the longest time now, but they used to be quite good.
Yeah, they have good connections. I mean, you know, they went through Swiss Airlines was bankrupt and all of that. Swiss Air.
It was kind of like Lufthansa, but with a human face, so to speak.
Yes, Lufthansa. Yes, I don't fly Lufthansa. They're not.
I actually kind of like Lufthansa for that reason, because it's just like you know your place. You don't talk too much. Don't ask too much. Just
we'll fly you safely, but don't ask too much. Yeah,
absolutely, safely, on time. But don't you dare ask for anything unusual.
Yes, well, this is the Germans. The Germans will fly, but don't ask for anything else. The German airline.
With all due respect, Professor, I think you need to work on your German accent a little more.
Yeah, this is a different accent, but this one I use it for all. It's the all accent, Well, if I fly with that particular airline with that particular accent, that airline tends to fall. It's not a very good airline, although they say it has the safest record. It does not have the safest. It is very lousy. But anyway, no, Swiss is good if you do European flying, London, Switzerland, whatever. They're very good. Once you go a little bit beyond, the Swiss start counting the chocolates that they give you on that plane.
But honestly, like you implied or really more or less said, it's hard to keep track at this point because they have changed hands so much, and regrouped and reconfigured and merged. I don't even know, what each airline is. Like, it can be such a hit and miss, on some flights. I'm like, okay, I'm going to fly with these people from now on. And then next flight, you chance upon something else. Like you said, maybe it was like, for a continental flight and it was brilliant. And then you take them for a transatlantic flight and it's a different world altogether. So I don't even know which airline to take at this point, because I don't like, I always fly economy. I was never, ever interested in.
It's a waste of money.
Paying 2, 3, 10 times as much.
Exactly. It's a waste of money, Lord.
So for me, it's like wearing a Richard Mille. I'm absolutely not interested in.
No, it's a waste of money, and unless they pay
such
for
extravagant displays.
Yeah, unless they pay for you for the ticket, I only fly business for business, but I don't pay for it. The company or whatever pays for it. But if I have to pay, it's economy, guys. Economy is economy. You're
Well,
not gonna pay $5,000-6,000, especially now. Air
no
tickets,
one,
by the
no,
way.
no one pays for this poor boy to fly anywhere. So that's all I can say about that.
No, will be big enough. You will be big enough, the channel, and they will fly you around.
My head is already too big for my shoulders and frame to carry. So don't encourage it too much more. El Professor, thank you again. We have pulled another 4 hours. It seems we're back to the regular schedule.
We're back. Yes, sir.
I told you once the channel is monetized, I will put more work in, more time.
You did. You deserve it. It's excellent. You're doing fantastic. It's an excellent platform, and I want to thank personally this. This is a great guy. Hello, this. I want to thank Mamba, Curly, and Fats, and of course everybody else. But there is a specific reason why I want to thank these 4 people, not just for today, but I remember what they did previously, so I want to thank them.
Yes, yeah. I mean, these are my people. They have been there from the very first. A lot of people have been also very supportive beyond any particular group or clique. This is a great community, and we are just building on it. We're not trying to go anywhere else, and the channel is moving on the same principles: pure, committed, and passionate watch talk, with, of course, certain moments of unintended comic relief. And then again, at the end of the day, we try to explore the entire world of watches, from things you can get with mere $100 that everyone can possibly save for, to things that most of us can only dream about. We look at it from our average Joe perspective. Sometimes we introduce historical narratives, sometimes we delve a little deeper into the technicalities and try to unpack the horological mastery and the technical craft that goes into it. All of this, I think, makes this channel, especially with the input of people like El Professor, with the input of people like Aussie Expat, with my friend Watch Nicholas, who drops by once every so often, that and I also look forward to hosting him more in the future. And with everyone else who makes up this panel, even if they have only come on it once, right? St. Peter was great when he came on, and I'm sure I would love to have him on. And maybe, since he's in New York, we might have to have the camera off, but maybe we'll broadcast together, or he will sit away from the camera, but we'll be in the same room. We can do something like that. So a lot of interesting things going on. East Coast in December. If you are in New York or New Haven, I will be hitting up your town. I would love to get some pizza in New Haven, some coffee, lots of interesting hipster shops, hipster coffee joints in New Haven. That would be great. In New York, there will be chances to do a lot more because I'll be based there. So, and anywhere in between, I would love to go to Providence, actually. And I know Basil, who was so generous to share parts of his collection with us on this channel, is in Rhode Island. So it would be lovely to meet him in person as well. So all of these great things happening around the channel. Next week, we are visiting the Chopard boutique in South Coast Plaza, and taking a look at some rare watches by Chopard, of course, but it's mainly an event dedicated to Ferdinand de Berthoud. I'm really excited to finally have a hands-on experience with the brand. So all of these things are waiting for us. Tomorrow, watch out for some content. If there are no change in plans, I will be with you at the same time, at any rate, with the live stream. Until then, much love to you. Please hit the like button on your way out. Feel free to check out other content and watch the earlier parts of this stream where I go through the Bonham's auction preview that is actually happening in less than 7 hours in New York City. Take care, everyone. Love you all.
Good night.
Adieu.
Adieu.